Okay, let's get started. Greetings, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you to this third meeting of President Biden's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. I'd like to welcome the members, our speakers, and all of you who are tuning in online. So as always, we're guided by the priorities that the President has laid out for us. In past meetings, we've addressed certain aspects of the pandemic, US competitiveness, and climate change. And in today's meeting, we're going to continue our collective education regarding the competitiveness landscape by addressing biomanufacturing, the federal science and technology workforce, and the National Nanotechnology Initiative. I'm going to turn things over now to my co-chair, President Science Advisor, Eric Lander.
Let me welcome all of you here. First, big thanks to the whole PCAST for being present at our third public meeting. It's great. We've really got a great pace going here. I'm just going to briefly send greetings from President Biden, who was asking about PCAST and is excited to see all the topics that are in front of PCAST related to his agenda and really important topics facing the country. So I bring greetings from him to PCAST and to everybody who's joining us here and will be joining us time delayed by looking at the videos from this, which will go online in the next several days. This is a public on the record meeting. It will be a record and people can listen to these talks in the future. And I think that's a really good thing because our past two meetings have produced just an amazing collection of really thoughtful speakers on really important topics. And we have this again today. We have 3 sessions this afternoon, or whatever time zone you're in, this afternoon East Coast time. I'm going to turn it over to our third PCAST co-chair, Francis Arnold, who is going to get us going on the first of those sessions. So Francis, over to you. And you're on mute.
All right, somebody muted me. Very good. Thank you, Eric, and welcome everyone to this first session of the PCAST November meeting. The topic of this session is advancing US biomanufacturing. I thank PCAST members Paula Hammond and Kathy Wotecki, who helped organize this session. The US is a global leader in basic biotechnology research, known for developing new biotechnologies and for innovations in the applications of engineered biology, or what's often known as synthetic biology. The industries that are already impacted by this revolution in our ability to engineer biological molecules and organisms include healthcare, chemicals, fuels, personal care products, agriculture, nutrition, and more. But we may not be able to benefit fully from our investments in the basic research because of roadblocks to the industrialization of those innovations. Without leadership in manufacturing the products of biotechnology and the skilled workforce needed to support it, innovations often go elsewhere for commercialization and manufacturing at scale. President Biden made it clear that we need to lead in key sectors like this one, where science and technology will provide benefits to all Americans through economic growth, job creation, and the products that contribute to our health and well-being. So the first speakers today will provide an overview of the US standing in the global bioeconomy and opportunities and challenges for building and strengthening a manufacturing base in the US. So I remind members and the audience that full bios are available on the PCAST website. Our first speaker, Michael Chui, Dr. Michael Chui, is a partner at the McKinsey Global Institute. That's McKinsey's business and economics research arm. He leads research on the impact of disruptive technologies and innovation on business the economy, and society. He has led McKinsey research in such areas as data and analytics, social and collaboration technologies, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics and automation, and biological technologies. He also serves on the boards of the James Irvine Foundation and the Asia Society of Northern California. He's also a member of the Council on Foreign Relations. Our second speaker, Michelle McMurry-Heath, MD, PhD, is the president and CEO of Biotechnology Innovation Organization, BIO, which represents 1,000 life sciences companies and organizations from 30 countries. The common thread of her work has been broadening access to scientific progress so more patients from diverse backgrounds can benefit from cutting-edge innovation. Among other previous roles, under President Obama, she served as Associate Science Director of the Food and Drug Administration's Center for Devices and Radiological Health. In that role, she championed clinical trial evolution, the use of real-world evidence in product evaluation, and an embrace of the patient's voice in health research so new medical products deliver outcomes that really matter to them. Dr. Chui, please.
Thank you, Dr. Arnold. Thank you, Dr. Lander, and thank you, Dr. Zuber. Apologize. It's a tremendous honor to be here with PCAST, and I'm afraid that with so many doctorates, we might end up sounding a little bit like a old Chevy Chase movie. I see some people who recognize what I'm talking about, so thank you. I want to share some of the research that we've done in the McKinsey Global Institute broadly on what we're terming the bio-revolution, just as a way to frame this afternoon's sessions. And so I look forward to chatting with you before I turn it over to Dr. McMurry-Heath. So let me share my screen here. This is research that we published and you can freely download it from the web. So again, if you need to, feel free to. It's several hundred pages. Let me first describe the genesis of this research. Why did we want to look at this at all? Because obviously there are decades, you could argue centuries worth of biological research that have happened. But we do see a real convergence in terms of some of the biological innovations that, amongst others, members of PCAST have been pioneering, with a convergence in information technologies, which is where my PhD is as well. And I'm, as a computer scientist, I think I'm such a fan, I guess, of Moore's Law, right? This idea that, every 18, 24 months, the same dollar can buy twice as much computing power, throughput. We see decreases in the amount of energy required in order to do computing. That's why this device has as much computing power as a supercomputer from not that many years ago. And yet what we see is with this convergence is that there are a set of biological technologies which are arguably advancing faster than Moore's Law. And if you think about all of the disruptive implications of Moore's Law, and I don't mean that disruptive in a negative sense, in all its senses, including the positive disruptions that we've seen, you could reasonably ask yourself, and we did, is this the potential of a revolution that affects economies in a very fundamental way? And certainly it's true, that the ongoing pandemic is an illustration of the power of biology to affect the economy. And some of the arguably miraculous, vaccines and therapies are also a result of these technologies and what they're able to do. But we want to take a broad lens and try to understand what the impacts of this convergence might be. And so when we looked at it, we basically synthesized to a set of fundamental capabilities which could change in the economy, and by the way, the economy including both the private and public sectors and social sectors, that could be unlocked or enabled by this convergence. First is biology-based production, which can improve the performance and sustainability of many of the physical inputs and outputs to the economy. So bioroutes to production is number one. Secondly, more control and precision, the ability to target actions based on biology. Again, precision medicine is an example that some of you are intimately familiar with, but there are many other examples where by using biology, we can more closely target exactly what we want to do, particularly in the physical and material realm. Thirdly, just simply the ability to re-engineer and reprogram organisms. That's a fundamental capability which is changing the game, particularly as we start to talk about biomanufacturing. Fourthly, we do know that there are a number of sectors in which R&D productivity has been increasingly challenged over time. And again, this convergence, whether it's artificial intelligence, with some of the biological manipulation and analysis capabilities, have the potential, and automation have the potential to greatly increase, R&D productivity. Folks who have spent time in wet labs over the decades have seen how things have changed over time. And then finally, perhaps farther out though, the ability to actually use biology as a substrate for computing. We'll spend less time on that today, but did just want to describe it as part of the research that we did. Just in terms of providing a sense of the potential scale of the impact of these technologies, the thing in the top right-hand corner is no surprise to anyone. It's the obvious place. I already mentioned, the pandemic, for instance, but health and human performance is a place where these technologies have a huge potential. Arguably, the 45% of disease burden is underrepresented because we only took a sliver of the types of technologies that we said could impact them. But some of these other numbers are quite striking. Roughly 60% of the physical inputs to the global economy either are today or could be produced through bioroutes. Now, I'm not saying overnight that these are going to be economic, that this all makes sense, but that is the top line potential. It's huge. 30% of current R&D in the private sector already could be impacted by biology. And then in terms of this tremendous challenge around climate, again, it's not a silver bullet, but if you look across all the use cases, and I'll mention how we did this research, 7 to 9% potentially of greenhouse gas emissions could be mitigated through a combination of all these things. And so what did we do here? We describe our research at MGI. One of our meta methodologies is micro to macro research. One of the things that I have as a researcher is the benefit of people around the world who are looking within different types of industry sectors and different types of functions within the business to understand where there might be potential for using biological technologies in order to improve performance. So we looked at about 400 different potential use cases of biotechnologies across every sector of the economy and discovered that the overall potential economic impact could be huge. Now, to be clear, when I talk about economic impact, this is not just EBITDA or profit or even revenues. It in fact incorporates the benefits that anyone, a customer, a patient, a consumer might receive that only parts of which you might pay for. Certainly the longer that somebody lives their life, the more valuable that is, or the higher the quality of their life. Health economists talk about qualities and dollies. We incorporated all of that, even if it doesn't necessarily show up as revenue. Similarly, on the climate side, assuming a certain cost for carbon, all those sorts of things. But if you look at it all, 2 to 4 trillion is a massive amount of potential, and they do fall into 4 broad categories. One is around health and human performance. Precision medicine is in there. Vaccines are in there. Many different things are in there as well. But some of the others are perhaps less recognized. Certainly, PCAST is an unusual group, but certainly across the broader swath of even business leaders and public sector leaders and policymakers. One around materials, chemical, and energy. I'll talk a little more about that in a moment. Consumer products and services. Agriculture, aquaculture, and food, and those are an area which is perhaps a little bit more obvious, and yet I think the potential there isn't necessarily recognized. Just to illustrate what is catalyzing some of the investment and some of the potential that is here, really is the convergence, another convergence perhaps, between the climate challenge and these types of technologies. I mentioned before what the potential might be in order to mitigate some greenhouse gas emissions. I will just mention there's a recently published article in the past couple of weeks where we looked at a set of commitments across only 5 end markets, although they're major ones: apparel, automotive, electronics, consumer goods, and packaging. And the announcements around the commitments of these companies to reduce their scope 3, which includes across the value chain, upstream and downstream of the companies themselves, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions and the revenues associated with these markets, these commitments are huge. And to which the extent to which these biotechnologies can help these companies meet those commitments, that will drive innovation forward. By the way, this includes drop-in replacements, that might be bio-produced. And by the way, I have an example here. I'm not an expert in cosmetics, but there's an ingredient in this product which normally is harvested from deep water sharks, the liver of deep water sharks, and now can be produced through bioreactors. You have bio replacements, which are have similar performance characteristics, and then you have bio betters. Here where I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, I've discovered there are now 3 companies producing artificial spider silk for apparel, or with the intention of doing so. I know time is short, so I'm going to briefly just mention a few of these challenges with regard to actually scaling. There are 3 chevrons across the top: the scientific research, commercialization process, and the diffusion throughout the economy. Members of PCAST will be intimately familiar of the investments that have to be made in order for research to move forward. But in order to get to market, having the value proposition right, I mentioned, for example, bio betters. A lot of the bio replacements that require changes in the supply chain, the value proposition is much more difficult, as opposed to, again, a drop-in replacement where you don't have to change the supply chain, or something that's actually better, where you can add to the value proposition. Getting the right business models in place is absolutely important. In many cases, we're increasingly see companies who are paid when their customers get benefits. The go-to-market, again, sales and marketing, this is something that's blocking and tackling, but also important. But operational scalability, the difference between creating lab-sized and industrial scale production. Again, Dr. Arnold, you know this very well, but there's real engineering work that has to be done. And of course, there are a set of risks, some of which are unique to biological technologies, that do have to be managed. And of course, that'll require dialogue across all market participants, as well as regulators. So I'm going to pause now. I just wanted to start with explaining a little bit of what our research showed in terms of what the immense potential economic impact might be from these technologies. And with this, let me turn it over to Dr. McMurry-Heath. Michelle.
Michael, it's always such a pleasure to be with you. And I just wanted to thank PCAST for the invitation to address you today. It's an honor to be able to offer some guidance and recommendations on this really important issue for the biotechnology industry. So you saw a bit of the growth and potential of biotechnology and what Michael just laid out, but I think it's important to start by noting that the successes of the biotech industry with response to COVID. Much of the world, including here in the US, has learned an incredible amount about the R&D process that is seen throughout many types of science, but it's been illustrated by COVID over the past 2 years. So with support of the US government, biopharmaceutical companies developed COVID vaccines and therapeutics in record time, saving countless lives and altering the trajectory of the pandemic. To date, our companies have launched more than 1,000 vaccine and therapeutic research programs in the COVID space. And it's important to note that the US conducted over half of these. So the US has more research in this space, research and development in this space, than the rest of the world combined. And 70% of this research has been conducted by small companies and forged over 300 public and private partnerships to help now produce and distribute successful vaccines around the world. So globally, we're now slated to have produced 12 billion doses by the end of the year. And we're doing everything that we can to ensure that that supply is not the problem when it comes to protecting the health of the world. But the future will bring new challenges and new innovations, and there will be breakthroughs in the fight against cancer and the battle against chronic diseases. Inevitably, there will be other pandemics, like the growing menace of antimicrobial resistance or perhaps another coronavirus. We must be ready as a society to counter these threats, from the initial research and development needed all the way through advanced biomanufacturing. This committee is so on target to focus on advanced biomanufacturing, particularly as it pertains to US competitiveness and policies. Numerous other countries, such as China, are investing enormously in biotechnology research and advanced biomanufacturing. So we really only have to look to the semiconductor industry to learn what happens when America fails to anticipate the importance of a future vital industry. Over the last 3 decades, America has lost 70% of its semiconductor manufacturing capacity. Meanwhile, thanks to policies such as the Bayh-Dole Act, America's strong innovation ecosystem in biotechnology and IP protections have really propelled biotech to new heights. If we lose sight of this progress and lose sight of what delivered safe and effective vaccines to the world in record time, we risk repeating past mistakes that we've seen in other critical industries. Advanced biomanufacturing uses cross-cutting manufacturing technologies such as continuous manufacturing and 3D printing to really help accelerate the production of drugs, shorten supply chains, and increase manufacturing resilience. But I would be remiss, especially as the leader of an organization that represents some of the world's largest sustainability-focused companies, to ignore the impact that biomanufacturing has on agriculture, the environment, and climate change as well. So beyond medicines, advanced biomanufacturing has the ability to create new classes of materials for use in packaging and apparel, as Michael alluded to. And it can refine and streamline manufacturing processes to reduce carbon emissions in supply chain. Later this week, I'll be attending the landing of the first United commercial flight using sustainable aviation fuel. It can be a key part of increasing access to nutritious foods in underserved communities. And all of this really must be harnessed so that we can address the hurdles that we are increasingly seeing to America's advanced biomanufacturing capacity, regardless of the application. So currently, there's really a tension in the country between repatriating broader manufacturing capacity and ensuring the continuation of functioning, beneficial, and resilient global supply chains. And in this sense, I would argue that US policy in biomanufacturing should not focus just on one or the other. It should focus on both onshoring or mainshoring what we have in this country, as well as what I would call nearshoring or allied shoring. So let's build our manufacturing redundancies among our friends and neighbors. But here in the US, challenges to developing advanced biomanufacturing have included unclear regulatory pathways, large upfront costs paired with uncertain commercial viability, and the need for greater financial incentives. At the federal level, we need agencies such as FDA to ensure a clear regulatory framework for the use of these technologies. So currently, there's limited guidance, particularly in the biologics space, about these regulatory certainties. Greater certainty can provide investors with a better understanding of the risks and benefits of adopting these new technologies. And that's absolutely critical when a large-scale biomanufacturing facility can cost $200 to $500 million or more and can take 4 or 5 years to build. We also need to harmonize submission requirements around the world and review processes, as well as promote global regulatory convergence to increase the likelihood that biomanufacturing technologies will be accepted abroad. We're increasingly in a global marketplace, so having technologies that can reach across borders is critical. To their credit, agencies and departments like the FDA and USDA are working with Bio on these issues, but the clock is ticking. Whether from foreign competition, the rapidly growing dangers of climate change, or simply the inexorable pace of biotechnological development, government needs to move faster to set the rules of the road. Additionally, at both the federal and state levels, incentives are really needed to ramp up manufacturing capacity and overcome this rate limiting step. Bio has supported and continues to support tax credits for investment in advanced manufacturing equipment, as well as a reduced tax rate on income from domestic production of specific medical products. We support measures in Congress to increase the R&D tax credit and incentives, as well as to lower the cost of building advanced facilities. On the state level, we've seen lots of action on this front, and numerous legislators have introduced or passed measures to increase investment tax credits for manufacturers, offer grant programs, and establish manufacturing innovation funds. From New Mexico to Connecticut, states are seeking to bring biomanufacturing into their communities, and they're doing so because they recognize a growth industry when they see one. Bio's most recent bioeconomy report revealed that the US bioscience industry employs nearly 2 million people, dwarfing the 800,000 that we see today in the US automotive industry. These are scientists and researchers and workers who are making discoveries, strengthening their communities, and powering our country. These are also high-paying, often union jobs, with employees in our industry making an average of $107,000 per year. And our sector continues to grow, increasing by 7.2% since 2016, more than twice the rate of the overall private sector. Smart policies that encourage scientific research, development, and manufacturing will keep this momentum going. But what is also needed is continuous focus on STEM education. We need a workforce in this country that can not only make breakthrough discoveries, but also leverage them and advance the manufacturing infrastructure necessary to produce the innovations for all people in need. So when we know there are challenges, it must come to scaling education initiatives in this country. But there are excellent models of collaboration between industry, universities, and states to make this happen, with North Carolina's biotech ecosystem serving as one. But to this end, Bio supports a range of workforce development issues, and this includes grants and tax credits for hiring, training, and retraining employees to adapt to the advanced manufacturing sector. State-level workforce incentives, such as New York's, that provide tax credits for internships in advanced technology and life sciences can also be very helpful. To conclude, I'd like to reiterate just a couple of points, especially as you dive further into this issue this afternoon and think about your recommendations to the president and his team. First, Europe, China, and other parts of the world are looking at the same future we are. They see the biorevolution enabling enormous leaps in our health, our food supply, and the environment. This country must be prepared to maintain our position as a biotechnology and biomanufacturing leader. But that doesn't come without commitment to the issue. And it doesn't come without real investment and smart domestic and international policies. And it doesn't come without dedicating the resources needed to ensure a resilient supply chain and a talented STEM workforce. Second, it took small and large companies, often working together, to fight COVID. And it will take small and large companies working together to drive the biorevolution forward and advance biomanufacturing. So let's do all we can to protect and strengthen the innovation ecosystem that really allows companies to take risks, launch partnerships, and develop new ideas. This ecosystem has made the United States the global leader in biotechnology that, quite frankly, has changed the world. And with the right policies, we can continue to lead, benefiting both Americans and the wider global society. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to your questions and our conversation.
Thank you very much. I want to thank both speakers for your generous offer to speak to us today. We'll move right into the next panel, which will deal with key technologies, platforms, and the regulatory framework. Our first speaker, Gintaras Reklaitis is the Distinguished Professor of Chemical Engineering at Purdue University. He served as head of the School of Chemical Engineering and deputy director of the NSF Engineering Research Center on Structured Organic Particulate Systems. His expertise is in process systems engineering, the application of information and computing technologies to process and product design, process operations, and supply chain management. The next speaker, Dr. Richard Murray, is Everhart Professor of Control and Dynamical Systems and Bioengineering at the California Institute of Technology. He's served on the Air Force Scientific Advisory Board, the Defense Innovation Board, and on advisory committees for the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, and DARPA. His research is in the application of feedback control to network systems. Following him will be Dr. Reshma Shetty, co-founder of Gingko Bioworks, whose mission is to make biology easier to engineer. Under her leadership, Gingko has grown into the premier platform company for engineering biology. She has been active in the field of synthetic biology for nearly 20 years. And in 2008, Forbes magazine named her one of 8 people inventing the future. And in 2011, Fast Company named her one of the 100 most creative people in business. Next is Jay Keasling. Dr. Jay Keasling is the Hubbard Howe Jr. Distinguished Professor of Biochemical Engineering at UC Berkeley, Senior Faculty Scientist at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, and CEO of the Joint Bioenergy Institute, or JBEI. His research focuses on metabolic engineering of organisms for degradation of environmental contaminants and for the environmentally friendly synthesis of drugs, chemicals, and fuels. And finally, we'll hear from Doug Friedman. Dr. Friedman is CEO of BioMADE, that is the Bioindustrial Manufacturing Innovation Institute. He's also president of the Engineering Biology Research Consortium. His policy interests include development of sustainable biotechnology, safeguarding the bioeconomy, and accelerating technical advancement by building diverse, robust community partnerships. Again, you can see more about each of our speakers at the PCAST website. And now we'll move to Dr. Reklaitis.
It looks like I showed up just in time.
Francis, this is Anne Marie. I hate to interrupt, but I think we were going to do a discussion with Michael and Michelle first, and then move on to that.
Oh, I apologize. And so, yes, we've got a 20-minute discussion first, and then I've already introduced the speakers to the next one, so we can move right into that. Please. Do I have questions from the audience?
So I have a question. It could go to either of them. A couple analogies were made to the semiconductor industry. And one of the big things that happened with semiconductors was the separation of sort of the design of components from the manufacturing of them, where the vast majority of the semiconductor industry is fabless. They don't have their own fabrication. They rely on foundries to then take their designs and produce them. It appears to me that the biotech industry has not made that transition. I'm wondering if either of our speakers see that in the future and whether they see that as helping to move the manufacturing onshore or not.
So I can jump in there. Oh, sorry. Well, most certainly we see biotech companies that are doing their own manufacturing, of course, but they're also very adept at working with global manufacturers, either to amplify their work in areas of the world where they don't necessarily have the capacity themselves, or to directly license their technology and build manufacturing capacity and facilities. So I think there is definitely the ability to manufacture at a distance, and I see it happening more and more. Michael, want to jump in as well?
No, my only quick add is a lot of the inspiration in bio comes from IT, and so we do see biofabs. We're going to see, bio ODMs, all of the sorts of things that you folks who are in the hardware business are familiar with. Will find analogies in bio.
Thank you. Paula, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I was going to pick up on actually what Bill raised regarding foundries. Is there an advantage perhaps to engaging agencies such as the FDA, as well as our academic sector, in building foundries of this nature? And can we benefit perhaps on the workforce development side if we engage academics?
Certainly, I think coupling with academics is always great, and it has been such a big part of our industry for quite a long time. I mean, one of the things we're seeing is an evolution of the model. It used to be that small biotechs would take all of the R&D risk, and as those risks started to pay off, they would partner with or be absorbed by our larger companies, which also contain their own manufacturing footprint. But now we're seeing a lot more small biotechs go all the way to market. And in those situations, they work much more closely with more mass manufacturers or other facilities that are manufacturing similar products. So I think having those kinds of foundry models, although we'd probably call it something slightly different, could be really useful in helping that evolution along, which I think benefits a lot of patients and consumers.
Joe Chiani.
Thank you. Good morning. Great presentation, and I enjoyed reading the material you'd sent before. And there's so many positives in biorevolution, from hopefully ending animal cruelty, animal-borne disease, and memory storage. But I have to admit, I'm worried about the negatives and its implications, given that it'll be hard to control what other nations do, maybe even what we do internally. How do we make sure this isn't going to be really problematic?
So you want to jump in there and I'll take it?
Yeah, I'll start. I mean, I've described these technologies as levers on power. They do increase your ability. I come from the IT field. We've seen the same thing happen here. And there are some things that are echoes in IT. So if you talk about privacy, for instance, and gene sequencing and the ability, for instance, to be able to identify someone with only relatively few gene sequences in the entire country. But there are some unique ones as well. Life finds a way. There are things, although computer viruses, there are some similarities, but in general, there are some things that are unique to bio as well. I don't claim to have all the policy prescriptions in order to try to manage all of these risks, but the first thing to do is to understand them. Michelle?
Yeah, I think you're onto it there, Michael. It's really, really important for the US to be incredibly strong in the advanced manufacturing and biotechnology for the very reasons that you mentioned. For example, if you look at the current debate around waiving intellectual property for mRNA vaccines, really letting that technology spread around the world in a very uncontrolled way, you're releasing a platform technology that, one, has many other health applications, but also has some negative or weaponized applications as well. And so it behooves us to have the manufacturing heft to be able to not only meet US needs, but meet global needs without necessarily losing control of the technology. And our competitors are very much trying to achieve the same thing. So we need to be cognizant of that.
Thank you. Ash Carter.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the speakers. I think my question is for Dr. McMurry-Heath. In the first instance, and it also follows up on Joe's question of a kind of side-by-side of the digital revolution, which we have now experienced 25 years of, if you date it from CDA 230 in 1996, for example, and the biorevolution, which you both have so skillfully portrayed. And so we do have an opportunity to get to Joe's point, not to make some of the mistakes that in retrospect, maybe we wish we hadn't made in the digital revolution. And I wonder if you can comment on that. I have, for example, where the side-by-side is starkly different is that through the FDA, we have rules on what we're going to allow to go forth into practice. And I wonder if there are holes in those rules, for example, having to do with medical devices or supplements that we should be aware of in this discussion. Also whether the limitations that NIH and other federal funders put on researchers about what they're allowed to do and not allowed to do. When a lot of private money comes in and venture money, fast money, the kind of thing that has characterized the digital revolution and some of its excesses comes into this field. Can you just speak to that a little bit? First of all, regulatory holes, if you like, and the other is the effect of not lots of capital, which I'm all for, but fast, amoral capital, perhaps.
Certainly, I will try. As it comes to regulatory issues that you might want to be aware of, one of the challenges with trying to make manufacturing in all of these biotech fields more sustainable and more evolved is needing to traverse the regulatory obstacles once you change manufacturing. This is particularly true in the biologic space. When I was at J&J and we were changing our manufacturing footprint globally, we were looking at, in some cases, and this was in the medical device space, which is shorter, some cases 7 to 10 years to get the newly manufactured products through all the global regulatory hurdles. So you can imagine if you want your manufacturing to be more efficient, more sustainable for the climate, more advanced, if you then have to traverse 7 to 10 years to get your product re-cleared, the same product re-cleared in all of these markets, it can be an incredible discouragement. So that's one. Two is the whole question about this range of regulatory levers and regulatory hurdles. So more global convergence of regulatory standards is really necessary. We're seeing it in the COVID vaccine space, for example. It's really the FDA and now the WHO who are declaring which of the vaccines are safe and effective. And does it really take 150 individual country regulatory systems to do the same work? It adds tremendous cost and time to the diffusion of technology, and diffusion of technology in this space cost lives. As to your comment about investment, it's actually very, very helpful in many cases to have private sector investment. In fact, our studies have shown that if you look at phase 1, 2, and 3 clinical trials for products that have made it to the market, the higher percentage of NIH funding that you have in phase 3 clinical trials versus private sector funding, the lower your chances of success for that product. So it's actually, as you get closer to market and the technologies get more and more matured, the private sector is much more efficient at picking the ones that are likely to have a huge, in this case, human health impact. And so I think we need to think about the balance of the two. They have different stages in the pipeline where they're more applicable and more useful, but there's definitely a role for that, for private sector investment to get to products that really help patients.
Thank you.
Marvin Adams.
Did I hear that someone was going to add an answer?
I was just saying very quickly, one of the sources of hope here, which is that the practitioners historically actually have been very focused on ethics and those sorts of things, right? If you go back to the Silmar conference when recombinant DNA technologies were being developed, to create those sort of norms of behavior. But we can't depend on those, obviously, regulatory and other. But it is interesting that when you have global communities of people who are interested in positive impacts, they can influence the direction of these technologies. Sorry, go ahead.
That was more my question if I didn't make myself clear, and one wonders when there's private capital whether those same restraints that have characterized this field will persist. And I think it's a very important part of the side-by-side of a biorevolution and the digital revolution. We ought to try to learn from the past so that we get all the good out of this and minimize the whatever bad there is.
I think there will be more discussion on this in the next session, so we have a chance to do that. Marvin?
Yes, thank you for those presentations, Michael and Michelle. I have a question for both of you. You've both made a compelling case that investment is needed, and also in particular, Michelle made the case that smart policies are needed. And by investment here, I'm talking about at the federal level. Suppose you get your wish and there's a desire by some administration, maybe this one, to invest, and the money's there, and there's a desire to implement these smart policies. Are you confident that the current federal workforce and system will choose the right investments? Will we be able to implement the right policies, those smart policies that Michelle mentioned? Or do you see gaps in the capability of our current federal workforce and structure that might keep us from getting where we need to go, even if the will is there?
So as a former FDA official, I'll just say that I have complete faith and confidence in our federal workforce to be incredible thought partners in this space. They know a part of the equation that no one in the private sector necessarily sees or understands, but the converse is true as well. And where we run into difficulty is when there is a demonization almost of either side, because you need the private sector perspective and experience married to the federal experience to really divine the best forms of investment, the ones that will lead to the fewest roadblocks to innovations reaching the marketplace. So I would say where we have close collaboration, you see a speeding up of innovation and progress. When we put barriers in the way of that communication and collaboration, we see deleterious effects.
I'm not an expert on the federal workforce. I'm a huge fan and have tremendous respect for Michelle's former colleagues at FDA, NIH, NSF, DARPA, and the variety of the ways in which we've historically been successful in funding research. Could we do better? I'm sure we can.
Kathy Wojcicki.
Thank you, and I'd like to express my appreciation to both of you for great overviews. And my question is to both of you, if we were to concentrate on that middle space, the commercialization, lab to market that was in Michael's final slide, and thinking about comparisons, US policies compared to our major competitors in the EU, India, China, what are the key changes that you think the US should make based on what other countries are doing to speed that commercialization, reduce barriers? You could just name one or two things that we should do.
Do you want to go first?
Not
I keep
really,
jumping
no.
in. All right, I'll jump in. Well, I think one of the things that we have a hard time wrapping our heads around in the US is just how coordinated and organized, for example, this process is in some of our competitor nations like China, for example. I had a team of 200 when I was at J&J who were based in China, and the rules there to encourage domestic development, commercialization, and production of medical technologies, and the barriers put in the way of those technologies that have been developed outside of China were huge. Just the fact that China has an innovation province, which allows medical products to do their phase 3 clinical trials in that province on that community. That's not something I'd advocate we do here in the US, but it shows a deep national commitment to be flexible with the regulatory requirements to get to the answers that you need as soon as possible. If there was one thing I would change, particularly in the biopharma space, is our attitude towards really cutting edge breakthroughs. Right now, we have breakthrough designations, for example, for really cutting edge medical products. But once one of them makes it through that gauntlet, we tend to raise the requirements for the products 2, 3, and 4 that are coming behind them. Countries like China, for example, are actually encouraging the first 3 to 5 advances in a space to come to market as soon as possible so that they can then get out to the marketplace, compete with each other on side effect profiles, benefit, and price. And their assumption is at that doing so, several years down the line, you will have 2 or 3 of the best products at the best price, without necessarily just restricting it to one who happened to make it through the funnel first. So there's a difference in attitude towards innovative breakthroughs between ourselves and some of our competitors, which I think puts us at quite a disadvantage.
I'm so sorry.
I'll try to be brief here again.
Okay, go ahead. We're going to have to make it short, though, please.
We haven't done a comparison precisely on regulatory, but you'll notice that middle chevron is primarily the work to be done by companies in commercialization. With that said, I will bring up something that Michelle mentioned before. Both the workforce, but also the broader population, raising the floor of scientific and biological knowledge not only allows people to take jobs in this industry, but also allows us to have fact-based policy discussions. And that is incredibly important. I hope we're not in a post-fact world.
Thank you. Andrea, can we make it short?
Sure, I'll make it short. Quickly, so when I think of biomanufacturing and biotech, there's kind of the biological engineering, which is, I think, mostly what you're referring to, but there's also biomedical devices that Michelle referred to, and then there's bioinformatics and probably other areas. So I'm wondering if you see a difference across those segments in terms of US competitiveness versus other countries. And then the last question, you mentioned NIH funding, but some of these are not funded by NIH. They're really more NSF or engineering type funding, and bringing the engineers and the biologists and the doctors and the researchers together is a challenge. So I'm wondering if you could comment on either one of those things.
Most certainly. I'd say that, one of the fields that we cover that sees the hardest amount of obstacles is the agriculture space. So for example, we have such a love-hate relationship towards the ability to genetically alter crops that can then make foods more accessible and nutritious around the world. And our trade policies are really challenging sometimes in that regard, not just the US exporting trade policies, but the trade policies of our allies. So figuring out a global posture towards these types of technologies would really bring more certainty to the space. And as you're hearing from Gingko Bioworks in a bit, I'm sure you'll hear a lot more about that. Michael?
All I'll add is, the magic happens when you do bring people from different fields together. So I think, bringing engineers, computer scientists, biologists together is where, but you also run into these funny namespace collisions as well, right? So APIs are active pharmaceutical ingredients, but to computer scientists, those are application programming interfaces. So, you just need some translations to occur sometimes.
I want to thank both of you speakers, Dr. McMurry-Heath and Dr. Chui, for joining us. We're now going to move to the next session. I've already introduced the speakers, but if we can put up the slide that shows the list of speakers. Importantly, Dr. Reklaitis and Dr. Murray headed reports that are very relevant to us. The bios can be found again at the PCAST website, and we'll jump right in with Dr. Reklaitis.
Thank you for the opportunity to summarize for you the findings of the committee that I chaired. Anne-Marie, are you going to control the slides or shall I?
You can do, sir. Thank you.
but you need to enable me, I believe, right?
They're doing that right now.
Okay. So I hope that's visible, or at least some version of it.
You need to go into presenter mode. You're in the 2-slide mode. Thank you.
Very good. Well, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my committee. I did want to just give you a brief background. In the fall of 2019, the FDA, specifically CDER, requested that the academies undertake a study to address the subject of innovations in pharmaceutical manufacturing and to take a look at the challenges, particularly regulatory challenges associated with those innovations. And so IDEA was identify these emerging technologies, describe some of the issues, and then make some recommendations on the regulatory side. Now, I do want to emphasize that the customer was CDER. The technology area we addressed was really the product area that CDER controls and not that of CBER. So for example, we did not look at vaccines and gene therapy and that sort of thing. However, the regulatory issues span across both domains. And so I think some of the findings of the committee should be relevant for our discussion here. And I'll just mention, just by way of example, some of the technologies that surfaced, although there's really quite a portfolio of them. But just to give you an idea, among the areas in drug substance, the notion of finding new routes to synthesize products, that is to go beyond classical synthetic organic chemistry to electrochemistry, photochemistry, biocatalysis, and so forth. Idea of diminishing the distinction between the active ingredient and the product by co-processing is a promising area. And then the general area of process intensification, which of course is very relevant in the biologics domain as well. Additive manufacturing technology, again, very exciting in manufacturing as a whole, and also for pharma, particularly in terms of being able to customize products more closely to the patient. The whole industry 4.0, advanced control, automation, AI, all of that, very relevant for the small molecule domain as well as for the large molecule. And then the organization of manufacturing systems into modular systems that allow distributed manufacturing is also likewise very relevant to both small and large and in between. However, the focus, what I wanted to summarize was really the regulatory process. And the committee spent quite a bit of time trying to understand that. And there are basically 5 areas of concern. Some of them our previous speaker actually touched on already. So maybe this will just emphasize their message. First of all, one of the challenges is just the way products and technology are reviewed by the FDA. The second is that of incentives for manufacturing, or I should say disincentives to some extent. The problem of global harmonization is, Michelle touched on that in the Q&A portion. Post-approval change is another barrier that impedes in particular, for example, innovation in the generic manufacturing domain. And finally, the limitations of the FDA itself in terms of the kinds of people they're able to attract. So just to jump right into the recommendations themselves, one of the key areas really is the fact that as currently constituted, the FDA only reviews new technology in the context of a new product application. And as you might imagine, that means that if a new manufacturing mode is required for a new product, there is no other way to do it. The business case is very clear. But when that is not the case, when the new technology may be useful over a whole slew of products, it is that first product that has to take that uncertainty. And that's why the committee felt there really needs to be new mechanisms that allow really looking at innovative technologies separately, and therefore reducing the barrier on the company that now wants a new product made a new way. From a business point of view, it's natural to say, let's take one risk, the new product, and minimize the second risk, the new technology. So this is, we felt, a very important area. The other domain that the FDA has made some progress in, certainly in CEDAR, and I think CBER has as well, is really the Emerging Technology Program. Some 2014, I believe, so roughly 5 years ago, a new technology program was created as an informal organization within the FDA to basically provide a mechanism for companies to get informal feedback on new ideas, whether it's product or process. And that's universally, our finding was from the industry people, this was a very positive development. However, they felt it was almost like a pilot program, that it really wasn't adequately funded, adequately staffed, and that the categories of activities that could be proposed for consideration by the ETT team really need to be broadened considerably. And finally, that the way ETT was structured, it is basically a binary conversation between a committee of the FDA and the company, and there really was not much visibility outside of that to the rest of the community that a new idea was discussed and some findings were made. And so there was a feeling that one needs to increase the transparency here, both in order for the community to see what the capacity is of the ETT to handle new ideas, and some of the outcomes that have resulted from these deliberations. The other recommendation, can't seem to, there we go. The other recommendation was really concerned, oops, I think I skipped a slide here. Okay, I'm sorry, I accidentally skipped a few ahead. The third recommendation had to do with global harmonization. And as you already learned from Michelle, any new product idea that a company has, they would dearly love to market it across the globe in all of the developed countries and underdeveloped countries. Yet each of those regulatory agencies operate independently. And we saw that with COVID vaccines, where vaccines were approved more rapidly in some geographic regions than others. And so the feeling was that CEDAR really needs to take more of a leadership, and this applies to CBER as well, to really get consistency on decisions about new technology and new products across the globe. Because really, for a company that wants to penetrate all of the markets, the tendency would be to take the least common denominator technology that they will have some assurance will be approved by a majority of the regulators, rather than putting out a new technology which may be accepted in the US, but nowhere else. And then what do? Do you run two different types of manufacturing schemes? So this recommendation of really taking a lead in harmonization, I believe is really a very important point. Of course, the other challenge with new technology is really the capability of within FDA to really address these broad sector innovations. I mean, the companies themselves are challenged, for example, to attract people that are experts in AI and machine learning, Industry 4.0, because they are attractive in other sectors as well. The FDA in particular has problems getting that kind of talent. And so there has to be, some attention paid to hiring, retention, training, continuous education, and so forth. investing in the workforce. Similarly, there needs to be engagement of the FDA staff in the actual technology. This is not a spectator sport. The feeling was they really understand the new technology. You have to at least have some hands-on experience. And so there was a recommendation that the staff should be involved in professional organizations and conferences, be involved in collaborative projects with consortia, with individual research groups and so forth, so that they actually can see some of the practice and not just the superficialities. The other point that I wanted to raise is at the end of October, the FDA asked the committee to convene a workshop and bring together the community and collect response on the report that was issued in February of this year, and then to provide and give the FDA a forum in which to respond how they think about the recommendations that were made. And I thought I would just give you a couple of minutes snapshot of what happened there. On the technology side, I don't think there was anything new that was presented through the workshop. However, it was clear that there are some changes in priorities that different organizations saw. For example, a larger concern with innovation in lyophilization, because that's such a key technology that really was an impediment, for example, to putting out vaccines. The second was
we have to wrap up very soon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just have one more slide.
Great.
The key issue was that of creating innovation incentives, and there's lots of different ways and lots of different ideas that were proposed how incentives could be created to cause companies to bring forth new technology. The FDA responds basically 3 points. They agreed to expand the emerging technology program and to collaborate with CBER to do that. They launched a framework for a regulatory advanced manufacturing evaluation, which is essentially building pilot plans and experimental facilities within the FDA so that they could get involved with new technology. That was really very important. And the third was really re-envisioning the regulatory process and trying to identify gaps, and over a couple of year period actually look for innovations in the regulatory process. So that basically is the summary of what I had to present to you. I believe there is no question that manufacturing innovation are very important, and there's also a key issue of really incentivizing innovation. And that has to be occurred to a large extent through policy.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reklaitis. We'll now move on to Dr. Richard Murray. Richard, are you there?
I'm there. Can you see my
Great.
slides?
Good to see you.
Okay, thank you. It's an honor to be able to present to PCAST and tell you about some of the work that came out of a study that I chaired that released its results now 4.5 years ago, but I think are still very relevant today. And already some of the comments that have come up are relevant to the things I want to tell you now. So here's the list of committee members at the institutions they were at the time. Many of them moved on. So why was this study done? So this came at the end of the Obama administration, where the White House issued a memorandum asking for a modernization of the biotechnology regulatory system, and in particular asked that the executive branch look at updating the coordinated framework for the regulation of biotechnology. This is the set of statutes that control biotechnology. It's complicated, as you see over there on the box. There's a lot of different 3- and 4-letter agencies that are involved, a lot of different 3- and 4-letter statutes that are used. And basically, this is the process by which all of the things related to biotechnology have to funnel through, right, through one or another of these sets of statutes and committees. So the feeling was that this was getting complicated, and now is a good time to look at whether or not an update should occur, but also to think about a long-term strategy for the biotechnology regulatory system. So how is it that moving forward, we keep up with all of the advances that are occurring? And of course, this was at the time that gene drives and CRISPR and other things were all coming. And so it was clear even then that the role of biotechnology was going to be increasingly important. And so I think that fits the focus of this meeting. And the last thing that the memorandum called for was an external independent analysis of the future landscape of biotechnology products. And that was in fact this committee. And so what I'll talk about here is what the committee was asked to do and what our findings were and some of our recommendations. So the statement of task is here. It was really around the question about what are the likely future products of biotechnology and how is it that we regulate these in a way that ensures protection of human health and the environment. We had 4 specific things that we were asked to do. I'll go through these one by one and tell you what our findings were in each area. And I'll point out down here at the bottom that we were explicitly asked not to look at human drugs and medical devices. So this was all the other biotech stuff. So in some sense, this complements some of the things that Dr. Reklaitis just talked about. Okay, so on the first question that we were asked to describe the major advances and potential new types of biotechnology products that are likely to emerge over the next 5 to 10 years. And what we found was that scale, scope, and complexity is likely to increase in all of these axes, sort of all at the same time, and that some products that come through may be unlike products that exist today. So we should be prepared for things that don't look like things that we've seen in the past. And we looked at this across 3 classes of products. Contained use products, so think of these as things that are sitting inside of a fermenter, for example, or inside of a factory. Open release products, agriculture, other biomining, things that might be not contained use, but out someplace in the environment. And at the bottom, platforms, that is biotechnology products that are used to make other biotechnology products. And so we looked across all of these. You can find in the reports lists of some of the technologies that we found 5 years ago. Many of these are now starting to come to market. We see the things going on, for example, in foods and advanced agricultural uses and other things that are making use of biotechnology products. And so I think that those are sort of captured there. The way that we tried to group these and think about what the challenges might be from a regulatory point of view was to bin these into essentially 4 different categories of increasing novelty and complexity. So the first was areas where we have lots of comparators, domesticated organisms of one sort or another, where we're only changing a few genes. So you should think of BT crops, that is crops that have been engineered to have built-in sort of insecticides and other things, BT corn and BT lots of different things, as an example where we really have a lot of experience with this. We know how to regulate it. We know what to look for. Going on into column B, things that might have new genome engineering techniques that are applied, multiple pathways that are being modified at once, where there may be fewer comparators or no comparators. So think about Cas9 edited organisms as an example here, where CRISPR technology is allowing us to do a lot more and a lot faster. In column C, things that involve many candidate organisms being modified or being affected. And so this might include areas like genome engineering, but now gene drives, actually driving genetic changes through a population. So gene drive mosquitoes would be an example of that. And finally, in column D, things where we're engineering entire communities of microbes or multicellular plants and animals. So think about this as something that might be engineering an ecosystem and trying to get better results there. For example, removing an invasive species by engineering multiple elements. So really quite complex and quite difficult to think about. So we saw all of these occurring at one level or another. And the speed at which these were occurring was also increasing. And some of these are things, again, that the regulatory system hasn't seen before. The second area that we were asked to look at was to describe the existing risk analysis system and ask whether or not it could be used for these new products of biotechnology. What we found was that the coordinated framework does have considerable flexibility. And so it can be modified in ways, or it can be used in ways that ought to cover things. Although we did see some areas where the jurisdiction of the agencies had the potential to leave some gaps. So for example, a cosmetic might be classified as a drug or a medical device, or consumer-based products where a consumer is going to produce something. They're going to buy a do-it-yourself bio kit and make maybe a glowing plant or some sort of a cosmetic or lubricant. You know, how does that get regulated? Because it's the kit to make this, right, that you need to regulate. And does that fall within any of these statutes? So that was something that we thought about and talked some about in the report. The other thing is that it is a very complex system. It is very fragmented. And one of the difficulties that leads to is that it makes it difficult for small and medium-sized enterprises in particular to navigate the system, and it can cause a lot of uncertainty. So if you're a new startup and you're saying, okay, we're going to put out a biotechnology product, how's it going to get regulated? And depending on which path it takes, that could change the amount of time it takes for you to get approval to go to market. Some things are pre-market approval, some things are post-market approval, and the coordinated framework could route you down one path or another. And so that uncertainty could cause problems for innovation getting put in quickly, but also could have the potential for loss of public confidence. I think the public has, as we already heard, concerns, a sort of love-hate relationship with things like GMOs. And so it's the role of government to make sure that we're protecting human health and the environment in allowing those to come out to market. So that was the second area, an analysis of the risk analysis system. The third was to talk about whether future products of biotechnology might pose different types of risk relative to what we've seen and how well understood those risks are. Our finding was that the risk assessment endpoints, that is damage to human health or the environment, are not new, but the pathways could be potentially very different. And again, I come back to this graph sort of showing product complexity and novelty, where the sorts of things that are coming onto market might be very different than the things that we've seen before. And so the paths to those risk endpoints could be different, and that requires a different type of assessment. In addition, the profusion of biotechnology products, that is the rapid rate at which new products are coming to market, the number of companies that are involved with things, the complexity of those things, and the diversity of actors, different types of small companies, maybe with different backgrounds, or DIY bio, do-it-yourself bio groups, is different than what we normally see, the large industrial company that understands well the regulatory system. And so that's another area that might challenge the federal agency's ability to handle regulatory approvals. We did think that in order to enable effective regulation, it would be beneficial to have a single point of entry into the regulatory system. It's not true, it was not true at the time, and is not true now, that if you have a biotechnology product, there's a place you go and then it kind of routes you. And we saw that as a disadvantage. We leave it to the companies to figure out who do I have to talk to, and it might be multiple agencies. You might get different responses from each one. And so we did sort of sketch out what that might look like as an example mechanism, where you might have an entry point, and then you come into that entry point and an assessment is done where you see either this is a biotechnology product that's not regulated, or it's one that's very familiar, not particularly complex, and so we can use a lightweight process for approval, or maybe it gets to be something that is either unfamiliar or complex, and so we use a slightly heavier process, a moderate external process to evaluate it before allowing it to go to market. Or it's both unfamiliar and complex, in which case a much more detailed process would be used. No matter what happens, there's a finite number of resources available, and you want to target those resources toward the aspects where you have the most concern or need to do the most analysis. And right now, that's not necessarily done. There are many products where essentially it's not a particularly high-risk product. We understand it very well, but the regulatory process still requires a huge number of steps, and that may not be the best allocation of the government's resources in terms of regulatory approvals. Finally, we were asked to look at opportunities for enhancement of the biotechnology regulatory system. We did find that the staffing levels and expertise and resources, this is consistent with some of the things that Dr. Reklaitis said, may not be sufficient to handle the expected scope and scale of future biotechnology products. One indicator of that, this is showing approvals that come through TSCA, the Toxic Substances Control Act. This is data that we collected at the time. And MCANs, the line there is tagged to the top of MCANs. These are microbial commercial activity notices. And what you see is a rapid increase in the rate of those notices that are coming through as one indicator that the number of biotechnology products is increasing, and the whichever regulatory agency that happens to land on needs to be ready to take advantage of that.
Richard, we have to wrap up.
Okay, so finally we had some recommendations. And so these are in 3 buckets. They're much more detailed that are there. So one was that EPA, FDA, and USDA should increase scientific capabilities, expertise, and horizon scanning, but also include natural, regulatory, and social sciences. Again, these are complex issues that involve many different things at once, and there needs to be a balance that's taken. A second was in the area of keeping up with the change. And so we recommended that EPA, FDA, and USDA increase their use of pilot projects. Basically, the design, build, test, learn cycle that's used in areas like synthetic biology is also something that we felt should be used on the regulatory side, and that they should get involved early. And again, you heard about a little bit about this from Dr. Reklaitis. And really thinking about iterative risk analysis, not just when the product comes out, suddenly the analysis is done, but as it's getting developed, can we team with industry, between industry and government, to be ready as that comes out to evaluate it. And finally, the funders of biological research, biotechnology research, should be thinking about increasing their investments in regulatory science. This is an area where there are questions that we don't yet know the answers to, and we're going to need better techniques there. So with that, I'll stop. It's clearly an area where there's lots of different factors that need to be taken into account. Again, the profusion could overwhelm the system, and the agencies need to be very agile, and regulatory science investments are needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. Reshma Shetty from Gingko Bioworks.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today, so thank you for the invitation. As Francis said, I'm a co-founder of Gingko Bioworks. We're a newly public company listed on the New York Stock Exchange with a stock ticker DNA. I'd like to start by reiterating what others have already said, which is that biomanufacturing just simply represents a huge economic opportunity, right? As Dr. Michael Chui said, the McKinsey report sort of talked about how an estimated 60% of the physical inputs to the global bioeconomy can be made using biological means. Even for me, as someone who's sort of long believed in the power of biotechnology, I find this fact kind of quite astonishing. And because biomanufacturing also offers a sort of more sustainable manufacturing alternative to current sort of manufacturing approaches, the fact that we have this opportunity to sort of align economic growth in this country and economic competitiveness with climate change mitigation is sort of part of what I think makes biomanufacturing just so compelling as an opportunity in front of us. Unfortunately, I do think that the US lacks the biomanufacturing infrastructure to sort of fully capitalize on that economic opportunity. And I think this is really due to two limitations. One, we have limited domestic biomanufacturing physical capacity in this country. And then two, we have a limited domestic biomanufacturing workforce capacity. So a lack of people and a lack of facilities, right? To sort of highlight this for you, at Gingko, we have about 8 products in commercial production using either Gingko organisms or Gingko developed processes. And of those 8, 6 of them are produced outside the United States, right? Just as a sample for you. So why is that? So let me first take the physical capacity and the lack thereof in this country. Agricultural regions such as the Midwest and South are pretty obvious locations for biomanufacturing capacity, given sort of the ready access to feedstocks in those regions in this country. But most of the existing fermentation facilities we have in this country are sort of purpose-built for a single very large volume commodity product, oftentimes corn-derived ethanol, right? But what we're seeing at Gingko and more generally in sort of the bio-revolution is we need more and more facilities designed to be both multi-product and multi-organism, right? Where the fermentation facilities are co-located with several downstream processing options. And so that if you have this sort of multi-purpose, flexibly designed facility, then you can use it to sort of shift between different products at a single facility based on product demand, right? And that's certainly what we need here at Gingko, and I suspect what others also need, particularly given the supply chain tensions we're facing this country right now. And so our view is that the sort of strategic and economic value of these sort of domestic flexible biomanufacturing facilities are only going to grow as we have more and more commercial scale biological processes, right? And what I think is sort of concerning is that both China and the European Union are investing in this type of biomanufacturing capacity, right? And so what we're already seeing is that many US companies end up going overseas for their manufacturing, like Gingko. Oftentimes they're going to the EU right now, given EU investments. But personally, I believe it's only a matter of time before US companies opt to start going to China for their biomanufacturing, right? And so I think as a country, we sort of, whether deliberately or not, we ceded consumer goods manufacturing overseas to China and other countries. We're now seeing the same thing happen with semiconductor manufacturing, as others have mentioned. And I think we have to kind of collectively decide as a country if we're willing to let the same thing happen in biomanufacturing. And so, my recommendation is that the US government think about engaging in retrofitting and upgrading fermentation sites, again, typically in the Midwest and South, or invest in new sites that can support multiple biomanufactured products. And I think this would both improve utilization of our existing facilities, but also increase general domestic manufacturing capacity. So let me take the other limitation we have in this country, a lack of workforce capacity, right? I would say in general, the US is a leader in biotechnology research, right? And particularly in the earlier sort of molecular and cell engineering stages, right? Every year we graduate students with this type of training. At Gingko, we hire many of these students, so I'm grateful to all the educators in this country for producing those students. But I don't think the same is true in what I would call bioprocess engineering, right? The jobs you need to support biomanufacturing in this country, right? In general, the US just doesn't fund research and educational programs in bioprocess engineering the same way they used to, or to the same extent we do in cell engineering and molecular engineering. And so we tend not to produce as many graduates. And that means that at a place like Gingko, we have to be pretty creative in recruiting folks for roles in bioprocess engineering, right? And what's interesting, and again, I think a compelling opportunity, is that many of these roles don't require a PhD, right? These are jobs that can be filled by people with associate's degrees or bachelor's degrees, or even sometimes just a certificate, right? And so I think there's a real opportunity here for federal support for community college programs and high school curricula that can provide training for bioprocess operations roles, and especially those that are targeted to regions and communities that have historically been underrepresented in the growing bioeconomy. And so I think there's a real opportunity there. So with that, I'll close, but thank you again for the invitation to be here.
Thank you very much, Reshma. We'll now move on to Professor Jay Keasling. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Great, thanks. So I have just a few slides. I'm going to echo a lot of the comments that you've already heard. Just a quick summary of what I'm going to tell you. I think that, like Reshma said, we need bioprocess scale-up facilities at all scales in this country. I'm going to add to that saying that we need widespread adoption of techno-economic and life cycle analyses, and I'll explain this in just a minute. We need funds for bioprocess engineering research in US universities and the development of education programs for bioprocess engineers. And these last 2 points go hand in hand with each other. So just a little bit of an overview of what and how I look at the industry. I'm going to be talking mainly about chemical manufacturing and using microbes to do that, but realize that there are many other applications of biotechnology and biomanufacturing. You all know that the world gets almost all of its fuels, its commodity chemicals and specialty chemicals, and even precursors to pharmaceuticals from petroleum. And if we just look at the commodity, specialty chemicals, and fuels, this is roughly 100,000 different molecules and $2 trillion in the US economy. And you also know this, that the volumes of fuels are extremely large and on a per kilogram per pound basis, extremely low. Whereas if you look at pharmaceuticals, it's just the opposite. And I would say that this is on a log scale. There's been a move for many years to produce many of these same products or better products from renewable resources like biomass that could be converted in refineries, in this case, biorefineries, into all these products. If you produce fuels this way, you have the opportunity to get carbon neutral fuels because you're recycling atmospheric carbon. If you produce chemicals and materials using this process, then you have the chance to get carbon negative products so long as you don't burn them and return the carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. There was a report by the US Department of Energy and USDA that several years ago assessed the total amount of biomass that could be produced and assessed it at about 1 billion dry tons, which is enough for somewhere between 1/3 and 1/4 of our fuels. And it's about 2 times the commodity and specialty chemicals that are currently produced from petroleum. Now, my particular area is engineering microbes as chemical factories, which is an important part of biorefineries. We take genes from plants and other organisms, put them into an industrial host and get those organisms to produce the chemical you want, often complicated chemicals from very simple molecules like sugars that come from renewable resources. So if we just look at the likelihood for biomanufacturing, replacing some of these different areas where we would normally use petroleum manufacturing, it's going to be quite unlikely for fuels unless there's some type of mandate or carbon tax. It's even unlikely for many of the products we now produce from petroleum if we expect to produce the exact same product, because they are produced so inexpensively. If we produce products that have different properties, then there's a great chance that biomanufacturing will be used. The same can be said, of course, for specialty chemicals and pharmaceuticals, where maybe biomanufacturing is the only way to produce those. Now, if we look at the size of facilities that companies need, we're going to need very many, very large dedicated facilities for producing fuels. The same could be said for producing commodity products. However, some of these commodity products could be produced in facilities that might be very flexible and allow you to produce other products. The same can be said for specialty chemicals. And of course, you already heard that we need specialized GMP facilities for producing pharmaceuticals. Now, the process for scaling up from the laboratory to full-scale production can be extremely expensive, even for large companies. And for small companies, it's prohibitively expensive, even to get to the pre-pilot scale, where you take something, an engineered organism from the laboratory, and grow it in large-scale fermenters. So what companies really need are many highly flexible, small-scale pre-pilot and pilot facilities. An example is the Advanced Biofuels and Bioproducts Process Demonstration Unit at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, which was constructed by the Department of Energy. It has flexible biomass pretreatment, fermentation, and downstream processing. At a slightly larger level, we need several slightly less flexible but larger demonstration facilities. And an example is the bioprocessing pilot plant at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, where there are larger scale fermenters and downstream processing. And then I would say we also need a few toll manufacturing facilities, and these might be public-private partnerships or completely private. There was a directory of toll manufacturing and cell culture facilities. This is out of print and out of date. From one of my companies, I pulled a list of toll pilot and demonstration manufacturing facilities, and they go anywhere from the very small 15,000 liters all the way up to over 500,000 liters. A quote from the CEO of one of my companies: "The problem with the US manufacturing facilities is that many of them are out of date and have not been kept up in the same way that European plants are." And he likened them to used cars with high miles on them and that hadn't been updated. The second point I'd like to make is that I think techno-economic models and life cycle analyses should be widely used and standardized. The Department of Energy has done a great job of developing these, but they aren't widely used. And so what you find in many small companies is they're trying to commercialize products that may never be economically viable. And so I think these need to be more widely used. And life cycle analyses assess the carbon inputs and outputs as well as energy. And these are extremely important with climate change. And the Joint Bioenergy Institute, which I lead, uses these to evaluate the science we do so that our science works to develop the most economically viable process to producing biofuels and biochemicals. Finally, I want to address research, training, and workforce development. There have been a lot of recent advances in synthetic biology that enable biomanufacturing of diverse products, but we need the downstream processing to go hand in hand with this, and it just hasn't. Biomanufacturing companies, as Reshma said, need engineers trained in bioprocess engineering, yet universities in the US don't train many of these individuals because of a lack of faculty to teach the courses. We need certificate and associate degree programs, BS, MS, and PhDs. Finally, there are few faculty in major US universities who do research in bioprocess engineering. Most of us work at the molecular or the cellular level, whereas in Europe and Asia, the universities train individuals in bioprocess engineering because there's funding for faculty to do research in these areas. So my recommendations are that the federal government, particularly NSF and DOE, should be funding research in bioprocess engineering, and that will encourage PhDs in bioprocess engineering. I think we need to develop community college programs to train biomanufacturing facilities operators. And an example is Solano Community College in Vacaville, California, where they train people to actually work in biomanufacturing facilities. And finally, I think we need to develop more BS and MS programs in bioprocess engineering. And an example is a newly created program at UC Berkeley, a Master of Science program in bioprocess engineering in the Department of Chemical Engineering. And with that, I'd like to conclude my comments.
Thank you very much, Jay. And last but definitely not least, Doug Friedman of BioMADE will give the last presentation, and then we'll have a discussion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arnold. Pull up some charts here. Can you see my slides?
Yes, looks great.
Okay. So it's a real honor and pleasure to be with you today, and also to bat cleanup, so to speak, from such a remarkable group that you've pulled together to talk about opportunities and challenges in bioindustrial manufacturing. I will warn you before I even get to the next slide, there's some really text-heavy slides here. They are designed to send to you afterwards. Please don't try to read them. I'm not going to cover them in great detail, but look forward to using them for discussion. I want to just take 1 minute to tell you what BioMADE is. BioMADE is a nonprofit public-private partnership catalyzed by the Department of Defense a year ago. And it's part of the Manufacturing USA ecosystem focused on bioindustrial manufacturing and bioindustrial products. One that some that have been following biomanufacturing for longer might know of is Nimble, based in Delaware. We're part of that same network, although focused on a whole different class of molecules and products. One thing I like to think about is that this is a real opportunity for us to bring the bioindustrial manufacturing industry and ecosystem to other manufacturing sectors, so we can both learn from them, depending on where they are in the manufacturing development cycle in the US, and where they can learn about what bioindustrial manufacturing has to offer, in that it is largely a business-to-business business. And we can work on it from there. BioMADE listens to a group of members from industry, universities, community colleges, nonprofits, K through 12 schools, to try to formulate basically what I'm going to present to you today. So I have an opportunity to talk to you, really having listened to the problems and opportunities that a large number of organizations face. We just heard from Dr. Shetty at Gingko, and I think a lot of what she said, many of the other companies indicated on this slide are really feeling the same thing. A number of my colleagues have pointed out that there are really a large number of products we can think about coming from biomanufacturing. And so I'd like to make sure that in the context of this discussion, we're keeping the widest possible aperture. Really, this 60% number from McKinsey was shocking for me as well to see. But then when I start to think about it, I'm like, it's not as crazy when you start to really go through and look at sort of the products represented on this slide and say, how many areas of the economy does this really touch? And how can we expand that in a way that provides opportunity to the United States, mitigates climate change, and all the other things that we think about and talk about as good for this sector. I want to point out that the US really is poised to be a leader in this space, both from the powerful basic research programs that we've had, to the strong patent portfolio of US companies, the US is in a particularly strong place. But one of the challenges that we have had, represented on the next slide, is really transitioning from this core underlying R&D into commercialization. So I'm going to hang on this slide for a minute and point out that the US over the last N years, 20, 50 years, has made incredible investments in early R&D in synthetic biology, metabolic engineering, and a wide area of biology and biological technologies. While at the same time, in more recent years, countries outside the US, both in Europe and Asia, have made significant investments in pulling from that basic research into commercial companies. And so you think about, what centers have been created that have really provided the basis for this technology area. I start listing a lot of places in the US that have done this. But then when I start to think about who and how are we really focused on that commercialization angle, you look to centers in Europe, you look to centers in China, you look to centers around the world, whereas there really are relatively few in that poll from the public sector perspective focused on biomanufacturing here in the US. So I want to talk for a minute about sort of the three ways BioMADE approaches this problem. And it's going to pull on some of the things we heard both from the first session as well as the current session that we're in. One, and I'm really glad it came up early on, is thinking about some of the non-technical areas right up front. Right? Biology is a powerful technology, and so ensuring that we as a community of practitioners, whether it's from academia or industry or within government, are thinking about the safety, the security, the sustainability, the social responsibility elements of advancing biotech. This is why this is upfront in my talk before I get into some of the technology or even workforce areas, because having all of this built into the system is what's going to allow for us to successfully commercialize biomanufacturing in a way that we have an effective public license to operate here in the US. Dr. Shetty, Dr. Keasling pointed out many topics around education and workforce development. This is a major issue. Both understanding that we need to build awareness of the career opportunities, both that are here today and the ones that are to come, as well as to prepare the future workforce for exciting opportunities in this space. On the next slide, here's one of the more wordy ones. We think that it requires really a novel approach to advancing the bioeconomy and advancing bioindustrial manufacturing. The concept of really having a large number of jobs across the entire spectrum of education. I was really glad to hear that some colleagues brought up the community college system. I think that is a severely untapped resource when it comes to training a set of practitioners that can work in a diverse array of biomanufacturing positions. BioMADE works with some community colleges to do some of this, but it's a small piece of a very large puzzle that we really need the ecosystem to work on together. From a technology and innovation side, the comments about a lack of focus on bioprocess engineering and some of the downstream development efforts in research and development is really part of the reason BioMADE exists, right? This was identified as part of the US government strategy to create an institute like this. And therefore, we really do focus heavily on, how can we work with the industry to develop new scale-up and downstream processing technologies, get products more rapidly to testing and evaluation, and building an overall domestic ecosystem that's able to support the underlying foundation that we need. There are certainly challenges that we face. I was glad to hear in the first talk by the colleague from McKinsey really bringing up the business models and the capital risks element of this. Thinking about the fact that biomanufacturing ultimately is going to be creating products that sell to markets that may or may not know anything or care in any way about biomanufacturing. In some ways, that's the best case scenario, right? If we are so integrated into the economy that the bioeconomy and the economy become essentially synonymous, right? These things are so well linked together. That's really the goal, or sort of the dream end state. But to get there, putting together the complex set of parameters on the business side is just as important as on the technology development side, and is one of the things that we have to really think about in developing this space. I want to take a moment to say we have we do have some real strengths in the US about how we are tied together in terms of the biotechnology industry. So, on this slide, talking about how companies that have come out of synthetic biology and modern biotechnology have gone into many different technology areas. And we've seen some companies pivot quite substantially from one sector, a sector that's associated with food, to a sector that's associated with consumer products, a lot faster than you might see in really any other technology space. Don't see that a lot. And one of the things that I think that provides an opportunity for us in bioindustrial manufacturing is to say that at the end of the day, we're about creating chemicals and materials and then building on those that can be used in lots of different areas. And that covers the entire economy, and is one of the elements that I think is really worth focusing on and discussing. I want to cap off this by talking about infrastructure.
And we do have to wrap up. Yeah.
Right. This is my last set. Okay. So we've heard already that we have an infrastructure problem. We've identified that mostly in this sort of pilot and intermediate scale. And we think really that it comes from an issue of having enough capital in the ecosystem. For us, having this reusable, flexible feedstock, fermentation, and downstream processing set of facilities gets you from the public investment to the corporate investment. But this is the slide I really wanted to make sure I got in and showed you. And that is, if I pull from Europe, right, you can go to biopilots4u.eu and pull up a map of all of the pilot facilities in Europe. I would really love to see this in the US. And if you start to dig in and look at those pilot facilities, how did many of them come to be? So one, you see the logo at the bottom of the slide, BioBase Europe. This is a pilot facility that many US companies go to. It's considered a premier facility. And it was largely created with capital from the European Commission, right? So the European Commission provided the CapEx to create this modern facility, as Jay said, with low miles, and now is able to operate and provide services to the world. And so if the US were to do something like this, right, think about what does a model look like where we can expand biomanufacturing in a way that covers a diverse set of areas and specializes in parts of the country that have regional opportunities throughout the US, and does so in a way that is equitable, right? Notice just on this slide in the left, upper left side, right, the venture capital investment is those purple circles. Well, where is manufacturing mostly done in the US? In the place where the purple isn't. And so that's a real opportunity for us to say, how can we create an equitable bioeconomy with this focus on biomanufacturing infrastructure? And that's what I had for you today. Thank you so much for your time. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all the speakers. And now we have time for a lively discussion. And I see Sue already has her hand up.
Thanks, Francis. And thanks for those presentations. It was terrific. I had a comment and then a question. My comment is about, I was thrilled to see Vacaville and Solano County cited. I was at Genentech when we made that arrangement, and it was profoundly helpful. But to add to what was said, we tapped into Travis Air Force Base and United Airlines mechanics for great sources of talent. Again, people who didn't have to have a PhD and were terrific in the workforce. So I think the more the merrier on workforce development. The question I have for any of the presenters is, what do you think the impact of COVID and manufacturing nationalism is going to have on the studies that you've done and the way you think about biomanufacturing in the future?
Maybe I'll start and then someone else can say the right things. Number one, all the companies that I've started or been affiliated with still have to do all their manufacturing in COVID. And as Reshma said, a lot of this manufacturing, or at least the pilot plant scale, occurs in Europe. And so with COVID, you have to work around, can you send workers there or not? And you may not be able to. And that means you have to have very effective tech transfer from the place where you've created the technology, say in Emeryville, California, to Europe. And so I think if anything, COVID has helped us hone the tech transfer so that we can make it happen really effectively. So that means that you can tech transfer to almost anywhere in the world and be able to replicate a process. And they've shown that through COVID, you can continue to do that quite effectively.
Maybe the thing I would add to that is, I think COVID has probably driven home for various governments around the world that biomanufacturing capacity is a sort of a strategic asset, right? That it has implications for national security, right? The countries that had access to the vaccine and vaccine manufacturing capacity, or were able to pay top dollar for vaccines, got access to vaccines first. And if you didn't have one of those things, either money or domestic capacity or both, you were further down the list for vaccine access and maybe haven't even, really gotten, widespread access to vaccines yet. And so I think that's going to change the perspective of governments, or at least has the potential to change the perspective of various governments around the world when it comes to biomanufacturing capacity. It's not just an economic thing, just, in quotes, but it also becomes, a strategic asset that has, that it has, national security implications. And so that means, I don't know what effect that will have in terms of being able to access capacity internationally, or new investments in domestic biomanufacturing capacity that in times of a pandemic is maybe used for production of, therapeutics, vaccines, reagents to support vaccine production, but then, outside of a pandemic, you might repurpose for other products.
Yeah, just how that plays out. Maybe you have a comment on this, but I think that what you're talking about, I think, is a flexible plant, and very few plants are that flexible. So I do think that your point is important. It may push people for innovation towards more flexibility.
That would be my hope. Yes.
I'll just add.
Yeah, if I could add to that,
I'll just add one.
The other point that's really become much more visible is people awareness of the importance of supply chain. So it isn't the primary manufacturing facility, but all of the inputs required to get you there. And I don't think there was that political awareness across the country, how important that supply chain, the starting materials and all of that are really important to deliver value for consumers.
Just very briefly adding on to Dr. Reklaitis' comment, I don't think we fully appreciate how complex the chemical precursor supply chain is in the world, and how tied it is often to the petroleum industry. So a large number of the commodity chemicals that we use and rely on come as byproducts of fuel manufacturing, petroleum refining. One of the things that we saw in early in the pandemic was as the fuel consumption plummeted, right? Some chemical products that we relied on seized up. The supply chain seized up because the supply and demand is coupled to fuel and fuel only. And so the fact that the chemical demand was through the roof, it didn't matter because the supply was not going to come because those weren't coupled. And so if we think about opportunities in flexible biomanufacturing, you have the supply and demand curves much more closely aligned. And if we are able to do this in a diverse and flexible way, then pandemic or not, we have an economy that's able to be much more responsive, pulling us away from really uncoupled markets.
Very interesting. Dan Arisu.
Yes, thank you. You know, coming from an agricultural school in an underserved area, there's certainly a lot to be excited about in terms of opportunity space. I did have a question to any of the presenters, stimulating and very intellectually, I think, compelling in so many different ways. You know, as we learn and we try to do the compare and contrast to kind of previous learnings, especially in the manufacturing area of semiconductors. One thing that comes to mind is the one particularly useful tool, at least from my perspective, that we had early in the 80s and 90s was this notion of semitech and semi-semitech. I'm wondering if there is a parallel or some other type of mechanism like that where you have a fairly significant public-private partnership that can be used as a general resource to the industry wide, if that has merit. And I'd just like to hear maybe a couple of comments on the value of that. Thank you.
Doug, maybe that's for you.
So I'm slow on the mute button there. So great comment. That is what I think BioMADE was started to try to do. So BioMADE is a public-private partnership with this federal investment, and you know, we really view the world as trying to understand what can we do today that's going to impact positively the U.S. In biomanufacturing in 3 to 5 years. Really, that's the time frame that we're working on, and then build from there on how to manage this. It's one of the reasons we talk about infrastructure so much. It's because the thing we hear universally from companies that we work with is it takes too long to get to an overseas facility to make a testable amount of material to know if you even have a customer. And an industry just can't work that way, right? You have companies going out of business waiting in line. And for us, if we're able to both couple that infrastructure development, right, get that going, while at the same time partnering with relevant other countries and developing best-in-class technologies in bioprocess, that's setting up then the recipe, I think, for success in the US. And what I think is, I hesitate to say this out loud on a public webinar, but an possible analogy to the Semitech model, but really custom focused on what it means in industrial biomanufacturing.
This, Richard, maybe I'll just also add in on this. Within the context of the Engineering Biology Research Consortium, Doug and I and others participated a lot in discussions around public-private partnerships. I think that there is interest in industry from doing that. Maybe the other comment I would add is that in addition to biomanufacturing, you might think about broadening that to bioproduction generally, things like agriculture or other areas that have, I think, opportunities for public-private partnerships. And so that's something that PCAST may want to also consider.
Thank you. Paula?
Yes, first, thanks. This was an excellent panel. Really appreciate all of your time. And my question is actually a good follow-on from the previous one. Jay, Reshma, and Doug, you all mentioned the importance of having this infrastructure, this network of pilot and pre-pilot plants. How can we develop something like that in a smart way? And maybe BioMADE, we have some lessons learned, but what kinds of things should we focus on and what should we avoid in trying to establish these partnerships?
I can maybe start and others can chime in. You know, I think the key is really about building fermentation capacity alongside downstream processing capacity. You need both, and you need multiple flexible downstream processing options at a single fermentation site. And so I think building flexible multi-product facilities is really key, because that way the facility, like right now, we tend to build purpose-built facilities for a single product, very large volume. So if something happens to demand for that product, if it plateaus, if it goes down, if it, you know, suddenly is no longer price competitive in the market, then essentially that plant is idle, right? But with a flexible manufacturing capacity that is capable of doing, you know, multiple smaller volume products, you're much more insulated from the risk of any one product going up or down. Now, the problem is building these facilities for smaller volume products, when you don't need the entire facility for one product, it makes it harder for private companies to invest in that. So if you think about your typical biotech company being focused on one lead product, or maybe a couple of products in the pipeline, justifying building an entire plant is sometimes challenging economically, let alone building a multi-purpose plant, right? They have one product. Why would they build a multi-purpose facility? It's economically irrational for any individual company to do that. And so this is where I think the EU's model of sort of providing, you know, European Commission funding for these facilities that then can be used by smaller companies, and, you know, it's basically a scheduling problem at that point, is a much more robust model for supporting these types of multi-product facilities. I don't think most companies can kind of do that alone. And so those are a couple points that I would sort of hit on there.
You know, I would add to that the facilities issue we're talking about is both manufacturing and training. The workforce training in the area of manufacturing requires a hands-on component. And that hands-on component has to occur along with the fundamentals behind it. And unfortunately, I think in our country, for example, you know, Jay mentioned bioprocessing. I doubt whether there is very many departments, you know, of engineering around the country, much less chemical engineering, that really have any substantive bioprocessing facilities. And I know there's probably only 2 or 3 that have anything to do with pharmaceutical manufacturing. So the workforce issue requires facility. These facilities are not GMP in the pharma side. So you have to essentially have both, right? And that's a big bill.
Yeah, and I would emphasize that I think it's important for these facilities, like there's a need both on the pharma side and on the non-pharma side, right? So the you know, GMP type facilities, but also for food proteins or for chemicals or whatnot, right? And so you can imagine, depending on, you know, what region of the country, you might bias towards, you know, one or the other, but both are needed. And there's economic opportunity around both and competitiveness issues around both.
Thank you.
I'll just very quickly add, we should avoid thinking small, and we should avoid picking winners. Chemical space is enormous, and we don't know which areas from the time we start to build a facility to the time we're seeing economic impact are necessarily going to hit. And so this is one of the reasons why I've advocated for a network of diverse facilities, so that you can think about it as a network that really works together to cover as much chemical space as possible to increase really the opportunities to hit the entire economy, and not just, you know, one or a small number of areas that we think are right today, but may end up being wrong down the line.
Thank you very much. Vicky Sato.
Thank you, and thank you to the speakers. I was very struck by your final map, Douglas, of the network of bioprocessing plants in Europe the emptiness of the map here. It's an image to remember as we move forward. I wanted to get back to a comment that Dr. Reklaitis made, because I think it is sort of an underlying motivation here, which is the dislinking of the product and the process, and the fact that companies hold tight to this. Part of the challenge, though, I think, is that because products made by biological processes in the pharma industry anyway are regulated as products by process, as opposed to drugs, which are regulated as products, there's a risk management issue and a risk in turning this process over. And it's driven by a belief that biological processes are somehow more vulnerable to change that results in change in either effectiveness or safety. So I would ask, as we think about building capability, how do you view the analytical capabilities that could actually free bioprocess made products from the process? In other words, can we get to the point of having a certificate of analysis or the equivalent of a biologically produced process that addresses the concern about bioheterogeneity and the consequences thereof?
Dr. Reklaitis, I think that one's for you.
It was touched on by a number, but Dr. Reklaitis, I was really struck by your opening comment about the need to dislink product from process.
I think the underlying assumption is, to the comment that I made, is that the manufacturing technology can be defined for a broader class of problems, so that you could have the technology approved and then applied to a series of projects, rather than each individual product having to be advanced with its own manufacturing technology. And certainly on the small molecule side, that is the desire, that one could put together the toolkit that can span a whole range of products and do that once and for all, and then move forward. I agree that on the biological side, the measurement side is much more challenging. The analytical is much more challenging, but I think there's progress being made in that direction.
And my concern is that the progress in that area is not keeping pace, perhaps with the generative process of new technologies, and that if they're not in sync, we won't move ahead as rapidly as we perhaps need to. But I'm curious as to those of you that have done these broad studies about this. I just, how do you think about that balance?
Maybe I'll chime in just a little bit, kind of from the point of view of the regulatory study that we did, where similarly you imagine that every product that comes through has to be separately regulated, and you'd like to say, well, this is something we've seen before, or this is using a process we understand. And so we don't need to regulate or put a lot of effort on this parts of it. Of course, what the product is may be different, and what its impact is may be different. So you have to do that. But there's also a, how do you manufacture this safely piece that you might say, look, this is an approved facility, and this facility is approved for the following range of products. And so we don't need to recertify it, right? As long as it's within the scope of the things that we understand. But here are the aspects of the product itself that we need to recertify. So I do think that some thought about how to do that, and again, avoid the bottleneck, right, on the regulatory side or on the production side, is something to think about. If we want to be a country where products can be brought to market quickly and safely, we need to have a great pipeline for doing that.
I would say the one example in the biologics domain that I could point to is production of monoclonal antibodies. I mean, the processing scheme for that is relatively well established, and a number of companies are now moving forward in how to create those in a continuous form so as to depart from the traditional batch manufacturing. So that's an example where I think it's eminently possible to come up with generic manufacturing schemes which are then tweaked to accommodate specific product properties.
I'm all for it, but we all know that it's been a 20-year journey to get the first generic biologic approved into the market because of concerns about lack of equivalence. So I get it. I'm with you, but it's therein lies the source of my interest in making sure that the analytical component continues to be developed.
Eric?
Yeah, thanks. What a great panel of presentations. Thanks to all the panelists. Richard, I found your comments on and the study on the coordinated framework for regulation of biotechnology interesting. But what struck me is that they didn't seem to be in the recommendations, one focused on enhancing the coordinated framework processes themselves in terms of the investment in taking unfamiliar and going to familiar by propagating very quickly cases through the system and making it in an intelligible way, present let's say on a website, how to do X for class Y of innovation. I don't think, as innovative as this area is, I can't imagine precedent not coming up quickly enough for a coordinated agency to actually promote a particular approach and make it visible and understandable.
Yeah, it's a great comment, Eric. I would say a couple of things. So one is that the committee was specifically asked in the context of what we were to do, not to make suggestions about how to change the regulatory framework. So we got as close as we could by suggesting, as an example, the single point of entry. But in that single point of entry, I think you can imagine something where you say, look, we want to move things from the right, the kind of high contact process, to the left over time. And part of that is by capturing an understanding of, okay, well, this is something we're seeing coming more and more often. So how do we share the lessons about how to make sure that that's done in a safe way and move it down into a category that requires sort of less intense investigation of it because we understand it, right? So move things from that, not well understood to more well understood over time. Certainly one aspect of that, I think there's the side on the regulatory part of that, and there's the side on the process side of that. Companies are not always willing to share, here's how we did it. And so getting by that in some way, I think is valuable and something that I think this group can think about, right? How do you encourage sharing of information about how, from a regulatory point of view? I'd say also this is a place where investment in regulatory science can help, right? As we get better science for understanding those things, they do move, right, from the right down into the left, right, as we sort of understand more what we're doing in that area. So it's a great comment.
I'll just add one very brief comment on this. On the regulatory framework is something that we hear about a lot from our companies at BioMADE in the context of where to go. But one of the things that's important to remember is that the coordinated framework is a framework for the implementation of current laws. And some of the current laws date back to the 70s. Biotech's changed some since the 70s, and if the laws have not, then the framework is looking back and can only do what it can do. These agencies can only do what they can do under the law. To be clear, I'm not advocating for any change one way or another, but this idea for regulatory certainty is a really important one for the industry, and a framework can't make all of those changes necessarily. It's just not possible because of the patchwork nature of the regulatory system that exists for potential products of biotechnology.
But if the coordinated framework or investment in that could be given the responsibility to look out and understand when the friction rises a certain level, they could be alert and make investments in moving it forward, maybe, and be responsible for that, you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah, and just to say that was the intent of the White House memorandum that came out at the sort of end of 2015 or so. Of course, there was a change in administration, right? And that change in administration, meant that a different group of people were making decisions. And so, I think that was the intent, was to say, we need to be looking out toward the future. We need to think about how it's going to get regulated. As Doug said, so a lot of law in there that's just, was written at a time when CRISPR didn't exist and gene drives didn't exist and lots of other things didn't exist. And, you could easily imagine there'd be benefits to updating and streamlining a lot of that.
Great. Kathy, you get the last word.
Great, thank you, Francis. I think I'm going to address this to Dr. Keasling and Dr. Friedman, but if anybody else on the panel has some thoughts, I'd love to hear your response as well. And the question is about the role of the federal government in creating a pull for bio-based products, the products of the kind of sort that we've been talking about. And there's legislation well over a decade old that created the Bio Preferred program, requiring government agencies to purchase a certain percentage of their things that they use that are the products of biological processes. And also a big investment on the part of the Department of Defense in advanced biofuels has been really important in keeping that whole sector viable, while a lot of discovery and innovation and new technologies were being put into place. So could you talk a little bit about your views about other roles, the kinds of these programs have played, other things that the federal government might do to create more pull?
Well, I'll just say that I think from a biofuels point of view, that the best thing we could do is put some kind of tax on carbon that comes from underground. So that could really, in and of itself, change the scope of and the ability to commercialize biofuels. I think these kinds of programs really make sense in order for bio-based products to compete with petroleum-based products where they might not otherwise, and where it makes sense to do so, and where it wouldn't have to have long-term sustained, that once the programs are in place and that these products are starting to be out in the marketplace, that then they could support themselves.
I hate to end this discussion, but if we're going to have a short break before the next session, I think we need to stop here. I'd like to remind you we'll be back at 2:45, and I'll see you shortly. Thank you to all the speakers. It was a really interesting and lively discussion, and thank you for all your time.
Okay, I'd like to welcome back the PCAST members and the viewers from the public, and to remind everybody that we are being recorded. So our next topic concerns the federal science and technology workforce, which is an important cohort that serves the nation's interest. I'd like to thank PCAST members Marvin Adams and Dan Arvizu for their assistance in putting together this session. Now, many areas of federal decision-making require scientific and technical input from qualified staff. In addition to providing such input, federal scientists perform cutting-edge research of their own. They're responsible for regulation and certification, and they also support extramural agency programs. Today, we're going to explore what's needed for federal workers to optimally support the nation's science and technology efforts. What's the right size of this workforce, and what's the skill mix needed? Are the appropriate recruitment mechanisms in place to attract a broad talent pool? Do federal S&T workers have appropriate opportunities to interact and learn from colleagues outside government? Are there pathways between federal service, the private sector, and academia that allow individuals to develop helpful experiences that benefit the US innovation ecosystem? To inform us on these questions, I'll briefly introduce our speakers, whose full bios are available on the PCAST website. So first of all, Candice Wright is the director of the Government Accountability Office's Technology Assessment and Analytics team. She oversees GAO's work on federally funded research, intellectual property protection and management, and federal efforts to help commercialize innovative technologies and enhance US economic competitiveness. She's led engagements examining federal contracting risks to the defense supplier base, foreign military sales, and homeland security. In 2011, she served on a congressional detail to the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, and has also served as the head of the GAO's office in Kabul, Afghanistan. Dr. Marie Bernard is the National Institute of Health Chief Officer for Scientific Workforce Diversity. She leads NIH's effort to promote diversity, inclusiveness, and equity throughout the biomedical research enterprise. She has also served as Deputy Director of the National Institute on Aging. She directed and supervised the NIA Office of Special Populations and is a founding member of the Diversity Working Group and NIH Equity Committee and co-chair of the NIH Inclusion Governance Committee. She also leads the Women of Color Committee of the Working Group on Women in Biomedical Careers. Her research is focused on nutrition and function in older populations, specifically underrepresented minority populations. And finally, Dr. Bruce Rodan is the Associate Director for Science for the Environmental Protection Agency's Office of Research and Development. His role is to advance the broad spectrum of human health and ecological research activities conducted at this premier environmental research organization. Previously, Dr. Rodan was the Assistant Director for Environmental Health at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, serving 8 years under both the Obama and Bush administrations. So thank you all three for joining us. We're very excited to hear your insights on the federal workforce, and I'll ask each of you to speak for about 10 minutes, and then we'll open it up to questions from the PCAST members. So Candice, do you want to start us off?
Thank you very much, Dr. Zuber, and thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon, everybody, and maybe for those who are on other time zones, good morning. Really appreciate the opportunity to be able to be here with you today to share with you what GAO has learned in looking at human capital issues across the federal government, including those specifically related to the science and technology workforce. For those who may not be familiar, GAO is part of the legislative branch, is a legislative branch agency. We are an independent, nonpartisan agency that supports Congress in its oversight responsibilities. In terms of looking at the issues with regard to science and technology, I'll just note for GAO, we've actually been looking at human capital issues for many years. And in fact, in 2001, added strategic human capital management on our high risk list. It's something that continues to be an issue. First originated with concerns around the Y2K issue, but then has continued to be included on our high risk list because we see that there are agencies many agencies, who continue to face challenges in identifying as well as strengthening and sustaining a highly trained workforce. One of the key insights that I'll share with you today is, there are really three key areas to consider as we look at issues with regard to the federal science and technology workforce and the strategic human capital planning. And a key element of this is ensuring that there's a strategic workforce planning process in place. It's also important for agencies to identify skills gaps, both in existing needs, but also skills gaps that might exist for future needs. In addition, I'll also note that we've also identified in our work the need for agencies to improve federal pay and hiring, as well as to build a diverse and inclusive workplace culture. All of these things are really important and essential elements to having a robust federal science and technology workforce. And I'd be remiss in saying, that really a key element of this is ensuring that there's sustained leadership focus and commitment to ensuring that these goals are met. In addition to that, it's also important to ensure that we are investing in top-notch human capital specialists who can guide agencies through the various policies as well as programs and efforts to improve recruitment and retention. So I'll just start out by talking about a few things that we've identified in the course of our work related to talent management strategies. Certainly with the changing demographic and technological trends that we're seeing today and have been seeing for decades, it's clear that those trends will require a federal workforce that can adapt to and leverage evolving mission requirements for agencies. It's really important that agencies understand their mission and needs in order to then be able to identify what are the critical workforce skills that they may need and competencies that they may need to accomplish their missions, not just for today, but also into the future. And so we think it's really important that these efforts really have to start out by having a really robust human capital strategy that reflects these mission requirements for agencies. One thing I'll note here is that when we talk about having a strategic human capital approach, it really calls for taking a look at doing an inventory of those skills. We've seen various agencies develop different tools to help them gain insight about the skills that they have and competencies that they have within the agency, but then also thinking about what else might be needed and using those inventory tools to be able to assess where there might be gaps, and then that can then inform a strategy for how to close those gaps, as well as then to continue to monitor progress towards closing those skills gaps. Another key area that's really important when we think about talent management strategies is how to source and recruit talent. In order to cultivate a really diverse talent pipeline, it's important for agencies to think about not just sourcing from the typical places that they normally go to, that being, for example, certain schools and universities, but really trying to expand that pipeline and going to different types of schools that may provide them an opportunity to compete where they may not elsewhere be competing with other sectors who are looking for the same kinds of talent. We've also found in our work that there's a need to make sure that agencies are continuously recruiting and that it's not a one and done effort. And what that really means is just having continuous efforts to highlight the work of the agency, highlight employment opportunities, so that prospective applicants and employees can consider the agency as a potential employer. A lot of agencies rely on university recruiting, and we think that that certainly can be an important step towards meeting hiring needs. However, what often happens is that agencies usually wait until they have their budget in order to start the on-campus recruiting process. And while that may seem like a good approach, one of the challenges that they face is that a lot of other employers in other sectors are already on campuses early in the school year, identifying potential candidates for internships, as well as more longer term employment. And so we've actually seen a couple of agencies that have started to think about how they can get on campus earlier on, even if they may not fully know their budget because the appropriations may be delayed, for example. And so they might take different steps to try to get to campuses earlier so that when they do have their budget, they're not behind the starting line, if you will, and are already well ahead in the process. We've also seen when we think about sourcing and recruiting talent that there's really a need for agencies to leverage the available hiring flexibilities that exist for them. We often see that many agencies often go back to and use the same hiring flexibilities, even though there might be several flexibilities that already exist, but they're not using them to their fullest extent. And some of this may be driven by the fact that human capital experts or specialists within the agencies may not be fully aware of all the different flexibilities, and they are then in turn not advising managers about the appropriate appropriate hiring flexibilities that could be used, again, to meet the talent needs, especially in the science and technology workforce, which can seem to be a very competitive labor market when you're thinking about agencies who are competing with the private sector, for example, for the same talent, as well as other sectors. I will also note that when we think about issues with regard to talent management, a key important thing is really thinking about how do we incentivize and compensate employees. Certainly, it's no secret that the government faces challenges in competing with the private sector, for example, on pay. But there are really other ways in which agencies can promote awareness of benefits and incentives that are not related to pay that can make them an attractive employer. For example, things along the lines of work-life programs, student loan repayment programs are some of the ways in which agencies can help to overcome those hurdles with regard to compensation. And of course, just thinking about ways in which they can tailor benefits and incentives to match the needs of employees. I'll also note that it's really important as we think about human capital planning, that's really not just about recruiting employees into the organization, but thinking about how do you retain existing employees, and they sometimes are overlooked in this process. And it's a really important element to think about ways in which we can use various special payment authorities, for example, retention bonuses, in order to be able to retain highly specialized scientific and technical expertise within agencies. I'll also note that it's an important element to think about how to engage employees throughout the process. And this can really be thinking along the lines of, what might be some of the hurdles within the federal workplace that can perhaps make the federal government seem, that it wouldn't be an attractive employer. And I will note here that certainly one of the things that we have seen in the course of our work is the need to really think about, how do you address issues such as disparities in representation and diversity, how to build an inclusive and diverse workplace that would make an agency attractive to all. Also the need to foster engagement with peers. We heard from a number of agencies that things like limitations on being able to participate at conferences to present their research, for example, can be seen as a drawback and can hinder recruitment and retention efforts. Also, the need to ensure a culture of scientific integrity so that researchers feel that their work will not be distorted or misrepresented can be an equally important workplace challenge to overcome. And there are certainly these various public perceptions about federal work, perhaps that it is overly bureaucratic, that it lacks innovation, and may not be seen as prestigious as the private sector. However, there are a lot of really good elements to federal work that could make it meaningful and positive for prospective employees, but also retaining existing employees, because the work can be seen as meaningful, it can be seen as purpose-driven. And again, also too, it's an opportunity to tackle social, economic, and security challenges. And so here I will note that in the course of our work, we've seen agencies really doing various things to try to overcome some of these challenges.
You need to finish up, okay? That's it.
My apologies. And so I just want to highlight, yes, that we've seen a number of agencies highlighting various ways in which to overcome some of these challenges, again, focusing on how to make sure that the federal government is considered an employer of choice. And these are all really important elements, again, to making sure that it's attractive to be able to attract and retain a skilled science and technology workforce. And I'll pause there.
Great. Thank you so much, Candice, for those excellent remarks. Marie, you're up next.
Hopefully you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we are.
Okay, and I'm going to get my laser pointer going and I'll be ready to start. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I am going to be presenting a viewpoint from the Department of Health and Human Services, National Institutes of Health on ensuring a vibrant federal science and technology workforce. And we think that this is extremely important because the challenges that we face in biomedicine are like trying to describe an elephant without having personal sight. We need a lot of different people coming at these problems from a lot of different perspectives. And we know that that's not necessarily what's occurring. When you look at who is, for instance, getting funded from the National Institutes of Health, R01 equivalent grants at NIH versus representation in the science, technology, in the STEM workforce versus representation in the general population. When you look at white populations, including Hispanics versus Asians versus Hispanics or Latinos separately and their representation of the general population, and Black or African Americans versus their representation of the general population, it's clear that we are missing out on some of the talent. Or looking at it in another fashion, as reported by the Association of American Medical Colleges, when you look at people at the instructor level, there are a fair number of underrepresented women, well-represented women, underrepresented men, well-represented men, but those proportions change considerably as you go up the professoriate, so that when you get to the level of professor or department chair, you don't see nearly the degree of diversity that you saw earlier in the process. In fact, there is the recent report from the Interagency Working Group on Inclusion in STEM that addresses these issues in great detail. It points out that in the STEM workforce for the government, it's representative of 2.1 million employees, almost a little more than 250,000 of whom are in STEM, but only 30%, approximately 29% specifically, are women, and only 10% are from underrepresented racial and ethnic groups, in keeping with the general demographic data that I just shared. Some wonderful recommendations are found in the report. I would encourage all to take a careful look at it. Some recurring themes, however, are that one needs to attend to climate. One needs to look objectively at the agency's data and be transparent about the data, and be accountable in efforts to make sure that you have the workforce that is really needed to address these complex problems. So I'm going to use the National Institutes of Health as a case example. We have 27 institutes and centers at NIH, and we all work together. For instance, in terms of addressing climate, we did a survey in 2019 to assess what was the perception of our employees. This is scientists and non-scientists. And what was found was that 1 out of 5 respondents had experienced sexual harassment. 50% of people had experienced incivility, 10% bullying, 6% had intimidating behavior. This led to changes in policy. We developed a policy for reporting sexual and other forms of harassment, and the establishment of something called the Anti-Harassment Steering Committee that meets on a monthly basis to look at our data with regards to reporting and actions. If anyone's interested, all of this information can be found on our website and can be replicated. Very recently, very specifically February 26th of this year, we unveiled something called the NIH Unite Initiative, another attempt to make sure that we have an inclusive workforce within NIH and beyond. This is an initiative that came about as a result of the events of 2020 that brought into sharp relief the ongoing reality of racial injustice in our country with disproportionate morbidity and mortality by race ethnicity. And then the videotaped murder of George Floyd. And it was accentuated the month after this initiative was unveiled with the killing of 6 Asian women. We had a series of intense discussions among all 27 of the institute and center directors, input from internal and external groups, very specifically the Anti-Harassment Steering Committee that I've mentioned that gave some candid discussions and informed next steps, and led to a shared commitment to address structural racism, that we were at a tipping point that we could not let pass. So on February 26th, we announced the NIH Unite Initiative, looking at understanding stakeholder experiences, doing new research in health disparity, minority health, and health equity, improving the internal NIH culture, being transparent, and working on an extramural research ecosystem. And I will specifically focus on what's happened in looking internally, as it's very relevant to our workforce. First, Dr. Collins made this acknowledgement to individuals who may have endured disadvantages due to structural racism, apologizing and committing to instituting new ways to support diversity, equity, and inclusion, and identifying and dismantling any policies that may harm our workforce and our science. Along those lines, we committed to developing a sustainable process to systematically gather and make public the demographics of our internal and external workforce. To that end, we published these data from our Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion that is responsible for EEO issues, et cetera, by race, ethnicity, and job classification for our staff. There's also data about disabilities and gender. We also said that we would implement policy changes to promote anti-racism and remove barriers to professional growth for staff from diverse backgrounds. And to that end, we established the Anti-Racism Steering Committee, which is meant to replicate the Anti-Harassment Steering Committee, looking in an objective fashion at the data. We have more than 515 members of it, with great diversity by race, ethnicity, by job categorization, and by GS pay level. And we have 11 different subgroups of this, looking at things like recruitment and retention and recognition, training, the whole array of things that can make a difference in staff remaining within the agency. We said that we would develop a performance expectation for our institute and center directors to be accountable for equity, diversity, and inclusion, and working across NIH, working with my office and the EDI office. And to that end, yes, this fiscal year, as part of the PMAP elements for the leadership, there is not only the HHS diversity, equity, and inclusion expectation, but we have our own expectations added to that. In particular, the development of racial and ethnic equity plans for all institutes and centers this year. What does that entail? That's asking our leadership to stand back and use the scientific method, assess, gathering objective data, statistics about the staff, subjective data, feedback from staff, determining where there appear to be inequities, making plans to make interventions, and measuring the impact of those interventions, and then revising as needed. We got this launched officially November 4th. These plans will be developed between that time and April 1, and then implementation will begin May 1. We also said that we were going to expand a very successful program within NIH called the Distinguished Scholars Program to include senior investigators. What's the Distinguished Scholars Program? It's a program that's built upon something that was already successful, the Statman and Lasker investigator programs that brings in groups of investigators to be hired at NIH rather than individual hires. Built upon that are individuals who've become a self-reinforcing community of individuals who are interested in diversity and inclusion. They meet on a monthly basis. They get extra mentoring with people like Dr. Francis Collins and other esteemed scientists. They get extra resources for their lab. And what we've been able to see is that as opposed to the general drift down and underrepresented minority scientists in our intramural tenure track program, the Statman and Lasker programs were associated with the increase in diversity, and the Distinguished Scholars Program has had a further increase in diversity. So we're looking for now tenured scientists to join that program. We also said that we would publish revised internal guidance for reporting racial discrimination. And to that end, very recently, the manual chapter 1311 that was developed for reporting sexual harassment has been refined to make it clear that it's meant to allow staff to report issues with regards to a safe and respectful workplace, regardless of the cause. We like to close talking about this initiative with this quote from the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King: "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." He goes on to say, "We're caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly." And we say that to point out that all of these efforts that we're making to stand back and look objectively at our policies and practices and to look at where there are inequities are going to be beneficial to all, because our goal is to rectify those inequities. We have 80 plus volunteers for this program. I'm honored to co-lead this with Dr. Larry Tabak, the Principal Deputy Director, Dr. Alfred Johnson, the Deputy Director for Management, because we believe that great minds think differently.
Great, thank you very much for that very action-oriented presentation. Bruce, you're up.
Hey, thanks. This will be a data-oriented presentation, I think. Okay, sharing time. Come on. Okay, so good afternoon. As introduced earlier, I'm Bruce Rodan, Associate Director for Science in EPA's Office of Research and Development. Let me start by saying it's good to be back at the PCAST meetings. I'm seeing a few familiar faces here. I'm going to focus on the federal S&T and workforce through the lens of EPA's Office of Research and Development. So many think of EPA only as a regulatory agency, but we also have a world-leading environmental research organization, the Office of Research and Development. Today, I will provide data on ORD's budget, personnel numbers, grants, all declines, I might add, some threatened as catastrophic during the last administration. I will then offer some suggestions on ways we can help further this workforce. Just to be clear up front, this is the experience and perspective of one somewhat unusual federal agency that houses both research and program implementation and regulatory roles. So here we are, EPA ORD, 12 labs, 1,500 employees, predominantly intramural research, and roughly $526 million annual operating budget. And context is important here. This total ORD research budget is about 1.2% of the NIH budget, 1.2%. So where PCAST interests are focused on federal support for the broad academic and S&T enterprise, think big funding agencies like HHS, NSF, DOD, DOE, etc. When you are talking about protecting the air we breathe, the water we drink, reducing toxic chemicals, cleaning up after contamination and chemical, radiological, biological, and natural catastrophes, and regulatory action to address climate change, then EPA is the little electric engine that could. So beyond the research office, let me also emphasize that even more scientists work in EPA's regulatory programs in 10 regions. PhDs, masters, bachelors, half of EPA's workforce, total workforce, are in S&T job categories, over 7,000 in total. So given time limits, I can't dwell too long on ORD's research coverage and planning. To keep this simple, think air, water, land, toxics, homeland security, and risk assessment. And for both human health and ecology, and primarily applied research on pressing needs identified by EPA programs and regions, states, and tribes, but also anticipating future changes. We heard a few earlier today about synthetic biology and moving with the latest science. Data, scientists like data, so let's show some. This slide shows ORD's congressionally appropriated budgets for the last decade. These congressional budget lines are critical. The appropriation must pay for facilities, salaries, laboratory expenses, contracts, grants, all within this cap. If expenses go up, like a cost of living adjustment to salaries, then other expense lines must go down to compensate. Some critical points to note on this really quite informative slide. First, full disclosure, the y-axis is set at 200, not at 0. This is an ongoing point of irritation between the budget staff and the scientists, the latter preferring to show the origin point, I lost this round. The blue line is the actual budget. The red line represents the inflation adjusted budget. So inflation has real effects as it manifests in salary and laboratory expense increases that directly reduce cash resources against that congressionally set ceiling. As you can see, ORD's budget has been steadily declining in absolute terms, and especially when adjusted for inflation. The workload has not declined, rather, but has increased in coverage and complexity. The red ellipse on this graph highlights the Trump administration's president's budget for fiscal year 21. The PB, Presbud, announces what the administration recommends, but ultimately it is the enacted congressional appropriation that becomes budget reality. The big take home on this slide is that the 42% budget plummet proposed in the FY21 Presbud occurred in all 4 years of the last administration. Think precipitate roller coaster ride every year, from president's budget proposed cut to actual congressional appropriation 4 times. Normally, we can expect some political turmoil. It is Washington after all, but this was new, the extent of the attack on research, a normally non-partisan generation of new knowledge. Some would say it's only politics, but it has consequences, meaning adverse messaging and uncertainty to both staff and potential recruits, real impacts where we, the federal agencies, must hold back expenditures and cease hiring just in case. We do have those financial responsibilities, the fiscal responsibilities to meet the budget numbers. And believe me, the worry was real. This level of budget cut would have effectively meant closing down work in the Office of Research and Development. So here's the better news. Here's the current status of the ORD budget. You can see the Trump administration's proposed cuts did not come to pass in the enacted appropriations. The current Biden presidential budget, under review now by Congress, proposes a substantial increase, albeit it's still not back to before the decline started. I'm going to move fairly quickly through here. Slide 6 provides parallel information on FTE trends. FTE is full-time equivalent, in other words, employees. Again, steady declines over the decade. Note too the natural link between this FTE slide and the previous budget slide for an intramural research program, since salaries and the associated laboratory expenses have to be paid out of that appropriation cap. I would also note that OMB sets FTE number caps for the agency, other agencies as well. So this slide conveys the decline in EPA funding for our Science to Achieve results, our STAR grant program to universities. Similar issues. Grants have been declining and are funded from the same appropriation cap. Trump elimination cuts over each of 4 years were not enacted by Congress, and ORD continues to award approximately $29 million in STAR grants annually, plus a little more in congressionally identified priorities. An important take-home point here, calls to increase EPA research grant funding to universities or to bring back our much loved but lost STAR Graduate Fellowship Program, must be funded out of the same appropriation cap. And if congressional funding is not increased commensurately, then an increase in grant funding will mean less intramural scientists. Keeping moving, the Biden administration has also emphasized the importance of diversity in the federal workforce, as well as being the right thing to do, as we heard previously. Increasing the diversity of the federal workforce will also help organizations like OID better interact with the most environmentally impacted communities, the disadvantaged, disenfranchised, minority, and environmental justice communities. The employee diversity numbers here conveyed here are for the entirety of OID, management and scientists. With regard to the scientist workforce in particular, we have a ways to go.
Okay. Bruce, you need to wrap it up, okay?
Oh, really? Oh, okay, sorry. Retirement eligibility. 26% of OID's current staff are fully eligible for retirement. That's a big deal, raises the specter of a loss of internal knowledge, etc. We have lots of ways to recruit people into the agency, pathways, presidential management fellows, and a much loved postdoc RAR authority program. A question was asked previously at a National Academies meeting if there was a mass exodus from EPA last administration, just pointing out here that we have a roughly 5 to 6% annual attrition rate that's actually been fairly consistent over the years. Picking up on the first speaker today, the opportunity set for implementing a direct hire authority. This really allows us to be much more competitive in the open marketplace for quality talent and scientists. So just jumping to the last slides here, and I won't read them all in great detail. There's 2 slides with recommendations here. I might leave this to the group. We are really looking for those top candidates across OID. We really do have a couple of major limitations: salary competitiveness for in-demand STEM disciplines, and bureaucratic impediments and lack of flexibility to rapidly compete for talent. And there are a number of ways to advance this here through direct hiring authorities, reversing declines, etc. in our appointments. So with that, I'll jump to the second slide here on these general recommendations and leave these for PCAST to churn over at their leisure, at your leisure. I would just emphasize that with regard to EPA, we have great interest in great opportunity sets, much work to be done, many more research fields to move out into and expand into. We have the intent, the possibilities, but we are budget and resource constrained to move into those fields. So with that, let me thank PCAST for your time and happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you very much. You're right, that presentation was full of data. Excellent. Data is power. Dan Arvizu, you're up first.
Yes, let me just thank the speakers for those very, I think, informative presentations, and certainly I think they highlight the nature of the issues that we're facing. We had a chance to look at the GAO report in particular, and so maybe this message or this question is for Candice. And the question is, I note in there that there were several recommendations, and recognizing that this is not a recent issue. This is an issue that's been going on for some time in terms of the federal workforce and the abilities to really to improve on it. There were several recommendations for executive orders, and the question that I have is how much impact can we expect from those executive orders if those were to be implemented, and also is there a longer term, more systemic and maybe cultural issue that needs to be addressed in parallel with executive orders that talk about the 3 very administrative approaches that I think has been presented. So I'll just ask a little bit more embellishment on both the nature of the problem, given how long it's been in place, and how we.
Right. So I would say certainly that one of the key challenges is having sustained leadership commitment and focus. And oftentimes when we see agency leadership turning over, it then means that, you know, another entity coming in may have a different view on the problem, right? Or a different approach to the problem, or maybe it falls to the bottom of the list. And so that's why you continue to see strategic human capital planning, you know, continuing to be on the GAO high risk list. Another thing that I would highlight, though, is that I think the way in which that the federal hiring process was designed, you know, starting with the classification system, the general schedule classification system, was in 1949. And it is now being used to hire for positions that we couldn't even have conceived of back then. And so that is something that really needs to be modernized, and really there's a need to take a look at that to really understand how do we develop and modernize a pay and classification system that mirrors the work of today, that matches the agency's needs and requirements of today. So I think that's something that's really, really important for agencies, but also the government as a whole, to really take a look at how do we address that. You know, you also see in that testimony, you know, that we had highlighted various recommendations that are still outstanding with regard to OPM taking a look at, you know, the various pay and hiring authorities that exist. There are countless of them, but we really don't have countless numbers of them, excuse me, but we really don't have a good sense of which ones are really most effective at recruitment and at retention. And then, you know, so taking a look at assessing the effectiveness and then determining, do we need all of these? Which ones should we continue to focus on? But then also sharing best practices. I think that that's something that's another really critical element of trying to address the problem.
John DeBerry.
Thank you all for those very helpful presentations. With regard to recruiting on campuses for new workforce talent, many companies will make use of summer internships, both to assess the long-term prospects for hiring of potential candidates, but also in many cases to help introduce students to areas of the workforce that they simply wouldn't have seen through their classroom instruction. And in this case in particular, it seems this might be necessary to advance the narrative that the federal workforce can be an attractive career destination, because I think a lot of students aren't there yet. So my question is whether there's room to grow that summer internship mechanism, and what you see as the limits to being able to implement those internships in communities, as you mentioned, where they're not currently being recruited by the private sector.
Is that question for me?
Yes, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if it was for Dr. Bernard or Rodan. So I think it's a really important element to really think about how do you introduce people to the federal workforce at an early stage. And certainly a lot of agencies look at you know, college recruitment as a way to, college and university recruitment as a way to build their pipeline, and to be able to then use the internships as an opportunity, not just to introduce prospective employees to the federal work, but also to be able to use it to assess the skills that are needed. And so building those relationships with universities is certainly an important element. I think there have been mixed reviews and mixed use of how agencies are using internships, but I think there's certainly a change now where there's an understanding that it really is an important element to really try to get into schools early on and not just wait for the long-term hiring, but even to use the internships as a way to build those gaps. But again, I would say one of the key things that really needs to be a focus is looking at recruiting not just at the same places, but expanding the various you know, colleges and universities, community colleges, for example, trade schools, those kinds of things, really to be able to get the full breadth of talent that's needed to make to address the federal workforce needs.
Okay, Marvin.
Hi, I'm going to continue to pile on to Candice here with some questions. I have tons of questions. I'm going to ask a few of them. One, it's mostly not a good news story that you told with this being on the high risk list for the last 20 years or so, but have you found any bright spots, agencies or groups within agencies that serve as positive examples? That's one question. Second, all these, I saw a lot of focus on OPM, but my question is, how many of your GAO recommendations could be implemented by individual agencies without any action from OPM? And in what cases would OPM action have a positive impact, even if the agencies didn't do anything the other agencies didn't do anything. Third is, has anyone disagreed with your findings and recommendations, or is the lack of action just due to something else? And if the lack of action is due to something else, what do you think it is? And then finally, closer to home for you, how is GAO doing with its own workforce? Are you able to recruit and retain people with the mix of background, skills, and capabilities that you need in GAO? Thanks. That was 4 questions.
I'll try to tackle them. I'm sure you'll keep me honest if I miss any. So I would say first thing, certainly we look at OPM because it is the central entity within the federal government to drive human capital. And so we think that it's really important that, you know, they play that vital role for agencies, and to really be able to bring agencies together to collect information. There's a lot of data that OPM collects, but the extent to which they're then analyzing and sharing the results of that information for agencies to then use it, that's where we have continued to make recommendations along those lines. That being said, I'll also just note that we don't just make recommendations to OPM, but we also make recommendations to agencies individually as well. And a lot of the times the recommendations that we're making is really to take a look at workforce planning. It can seem like an arduous, unnecessary task to really sit down and think about developing those plans, but they really are so very fundamental to help inform the agencies of, you know, what's the path to get to where they're trying to get to in terms of being able to meet their agency mission and requirements. And so we think it's really important to have a good understanding of where's the goal, where they're trying to work to, and then coming up with a strategy for how to get there. As you noted, and as I've said, we've had this issue on the high risk list for 20 years. Simply ignoring it is not going to go away. And it doesn't mean that you address it once and then you move on, but really to continually assess it. And we have seen, you know, certainly varying degrees of progress by various agencies along the way. You know, for example, I'll highlight, I think it was the Department of Homeland Security, who was really trying to put its best foot forward to, you know, entice potential applicants to consider the department as an employer. And so they started, for example, developing these day in the life videos to be able to highlight the work, because simply reading vacancy announcements is not going to do the job. I'm sure if many folks will have commented in the past about the challenges of these vacancy announcements, they're so dense, they're really incomprehensible, and they really don't give a good sense of the work that is that is required. And so those day in the life videos can be a step towards that. And then you asked about GAO, and I'll certainly say GAO has had to rethink how it acquires and attracts talent. Recently, we stood up the Science, Technology, Assessment, and Analytics team about 2 years ago. And that really meant for us to bring in not just traditional public policy analysts, but really people who are coming from various scientific disciplines and technology disciplines to enhance our workforce. And so it has taken a lot of creativity. We do have a very, very robust internship program. And that's something that continues to be a huge driver for building our workforce, because we get a chance for interns to see GAO, understand its work, and we actually put interns to work. So they're doing the function of an analyst, so they really get a good understanding of what the work entails, but it gives us an opportunity as well to see the interns in action and see if they have the capacity and the skills to do the work that is required. I'll also just note that we use that as the pipeline, as I mentioned, to then be able to convert interns to long-term hires, and that has proven to be a very successful endeavor for GAO. At the same time, we're looking at different ways in which we can diversify our talent pipeline, because again, we're recruiting from a lot of the same schools that you know, other agencies and other employers typically go to, and we want to have a really good multidisciplinary approach to the work that GAO does. And so it has really meant branching out to lots of different schools that we wouldn't have necessarily thought of in the past, but are now proving to be good recruiting grounds for us.
Thanks very much.
I hope I covered your 4 questions.
I see, Bruce, I see your hand is up. Did you want to make a comment on one of those questions?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to say nice things about what Candice said right in her talk and then as well. And picking up on the concept of multiple authorities, and I need to look up other authorities. One that we have found very helpful in the research office in ORD is the Title 42 authority. HHS, and Marie can give more information on that, has a lot of Title 42 hires. We have a limited number. Our authority to hire under Title 42 is not permanent, we're allowed 50 currently, and Congress is currently looking to increase that in the research office. Title 42 allows us, for instance, to do direct hires, to do them on competitive salaries above the GS grade, as well as them being term appointments that can be extended. So that is one authority that we do like in research and development. And that authority has really allowed us to bring in some world-class talent with competitive salaries and great facilities and good lifestyle. So I'll look for other ones too, but that's one that we've really benefited from inside research and development.
Okay, and Marie, do you want to add something here?
I just wanted to echo what was just said. Title 42 authority has been essential at NIH. It is the means by which the majority of our intramural scientists have been hired and has allowed us to be competitive. And yet we still have the challenge that there's industry, there's pharma, there are academic institutions that can often offer something more than what we as a government entity can provide. But Title 42 is really essential to allow us to be competitive.
Thank you. Phil.
Yeah, two questions really for any of the panelists to respond to. The first is, have we looked more deeply at structural changes to in particular the technology workforce across agencies? So I'm thinking with case of rather than each agency hiring all of their own technologies, is there potential for there to be a central service of data scientists, cybersecurity, other technology professionals, a little bit like the digital service, 1000x version of that. And then the second question on diversity is, one of the things I think it's been an observation of many organizations is often in their new hiring, they start off more diverse than they have, and then gradually, as I think Dr. Barnard, you pointed this out, as the pyramid progresses, diversity gets worse. I've seen many organizations solve a little bit of that with returnship programs. In other words, people that have left, getting them back, maintaining a strong alumni network, figuring out people who've taken career breaks and trying to get them back. Are we looking at either, both questions, are we looking at those ideas?
Marie, do you want to have a shot at one of those?
With regards to the data question, I can certainly say that at NIH, which is a really large entity, we have a Center for Information Technology that's responsible for data. We have NIH-wide initiatives that are looking at data, and yet that has not taken the place of the perceived need of our multiple institutes and centers to have their own data initiatives as well. In particular, I'm thinking of the National Institute of Biomedical Imaging and Biomedical Research. So we're doing that, but it doesn't meet all of the needs. With regards to the progressive loss of diversity as people move up in the hierarchy, there is the issue of what accounts for those losses. Are there things within the environment that lead people to feel unwelcome, that they don't wish to stay within that environment? That is something that every organization needs to step back and look at and to determine whether there are changes that need to be made to compensate for those sorts of challenges. That's very much the genesis of the Distinguished Scholars Program that I've mentioned, that brings in groups of individuals to become a self-reinforcing community so that those scientists who come from underrepresented backgrounds who are part of the program, you don't have to come from an underrepresented background, you simply need to be interested in diversity, but many of them do, feel less isolated and feel more supported. And we have found the data related to the improvement of our intramural program sufficiently convincing that we have now offered external academic and research institutions the opportunity to replicate that in funding opportunity from our common fund. And we'll be spending close to $250 million over the course of the next 9 years, making sure that there are those same sorts of programs outside of NIH.
Great. Bruce?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I was going to just frankly agree with the question. Computer technology, artificial intelligence, really hard to compete. And then you find out that your major laboratories in North Carolina, that Apple is moving in next door, which makes it just that little bit harder. And we have a bit of difficulty. We're not sure that our Title 42 authorities can actually cover. So there's these bureaucratic rules as to what your authorities can cover on the hiring side. And so we'll have to look into that. But yes, just to agree, the technology fields, computer programming, artificial intelligence, very hard to compete on.
Okay, Bill.
Well, Bruce may have just answered my question, at least in part. So as somebody who leads an industrial research lab, I spend a lot of my time recruiting, fresh PhDs in fields like artificial intelligence and high performance computing. And I find myself competing with Apple and Facebook and Google, but I don't think I've ever lost a candidate to the federal government, which actually is a little bit sad. Part of it is, the fresh PhDs in these fields command upwards of $250,000. And I don't know if the federal government can compete with that. Yet when I go and I spend some time with the intelligence community, I find that they are able to hire some really good people in these areas with non-competitive salaries, in part because these people feel like they're on a really important mission and they're doing something very important with their lives. And sometimes also because they get to play with really fun toys. They get to use some of the biggest computers in the world, and they get to access to data sets you really couldn't find anywhere else. So I'm wondering, is there an overall strategy in the federal government to get really talented people by playing on the things that the federal government has to offer, and at the same time trying to be as competitive as possible on the more numerical things?
Bruce, do you want to have a go at that one?
Well, Bill, this is a challenge now, Bill. Now I'll get your company from the resumes. And we'll go, no. Yes, I was going to say in my longer comments, we still have across the board, people want to work for the Environmental Protection Agency because they care about our mission as we care about it. So there's a lot of that positive mission orientation at EPA. There's also a good lifestyle, et cetera, at the Environmental Protection Agency. And I would imagine a lot of the research organizations in the federal government. But it's a bit of a balance. Well, how much are you willing to take in a salary cut? So we get a number of our postdocs and our Title 42 authorities who get better offers from outside, and we will go and compete for those. But there's only a certain amount of resource that we can bring to the table. Again, with that, and we do have a pipeline coming in of people who care about our mission. So yes, we can use that, but it only goes so far. And not to $250,000.
I would just add to that, having a pathway that people could spend time in the government, time in private industry, they could go back to the government, just lubricating those pathways, I think would go a long way to people who do want to be involved in federal service. Okay, so we've got a few minutes left and 3 questions, and I'd like to get them all in. So keep your questions and answers efficient if possible. So Lisa, you're up next.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to all of the presenters for your talks. My question is to Dr. Bernard. I was very encouraged to hear about the very methodical approach to enhancing the organizational climate, as well as sort of other more concrete efforts to enhance diversity and inclusion in the STEM workforce. I'm wondering, you didn't speak as much about the actual interventions that would be used. In fact, if you were to detect some of the discrepancies that I think we are pretty aware do exist in hiring and sort of practices within the environment. So I'm wondering whether you could talk a little bit about any of the intervention approaches you've tried with regard to maybe addressing leadership attitudes or behaviors, or even the behaviors of people within the environment in response to observations of discriminatory or disrespectful treatment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cooper. Yes, that's a very salient question. And I'd like to talk about the NIH Unite initiative as having gone through a gestational period. And we are now birthing a number of interventions. And in particular, this expectation that every student center is going to have a racial and ethnic equity plan. It's just getting started. And it is going to require that the assessment of the environment within each student center be accomplished and interventions made. And we've brought in some external resources to help in consulting. We have an internal strike force, you might say, of subject matter experts who are available to help to move this forward, but it will be a process. The most that we've been able to accomplish thus far has been to look NIH-wide, and we're seeing some significant challenges NIH-wide in terms of responses on the Federal Employee Viewpoint Survey, in terms of who gets put forward for NIH awards and who receives those awards, and we're developing our interventions there. And we've been working to make sure that there's a foundational level of understanding of all of our staff in terms of mandatory implicit bias training for all staff, and training in terms of issues with regards to racial and ethnic equity for those who are open to and interested in learning. But it is a process that we are really beginning to accelerate at this point. So please ask me next year and I can give you more definitive outcomes.
Great. Okay, 2 more quick questions here. Joe.
Thank you. I'll limit it to 2. I had 5. Have you measured productivity, and if so, how? And then also, have you looked at location and its impact to recruiting?
Let's see, Bruce, do you want to have a go at that one?
Yeah, let me start with the location side. You asked have we looked at it. We deal with it is more the point on the location side. We have the 12 labs scattered. And yes, there's certain core areas and certain core expertises that we have in North Carolina, for instance, and Cincinnati, and then in DC. But we will hire directly. We've got to maintain the lab structure. So we have laboratories, you have facilities. And so when we hire for people, we will hire them for that laboratory in that field, et cetera. But recognize that the world is now changing courtesy of COVID, and there may be a lot more flexibility in location for workers, et cetera. So I can't quite predict where the crystal ball is going to take us. And Joe, the first part of your question was?
Have we measured productivity? And if so, how?
Yeah,
of each individual.
Of each individual?
Not every, but overall, the productivity of the employees. I did the quick math, and it looked like in your group, based on the spending a number of scientists you had, it was like $350,000 a person per year. But again, I don't know who else is in that group. But how do you measure productivity, or do you?
Well, so one of the last administration was very focused on lean management techniques, and so a lot of the benefits of that focus on productivity, number of publications. So we have all the usual metrics for academia we can use, publication impact numbers, et cetera, in the journals. And so we do measure that for our scientists. But a lot of work we do isn't direct publication. Yes, we do the publication side because that's part of the core research, but we also do a lot of other things like assessments and providing technical support, et cetera. So they're a lot harder we can put measurements on those, but now you've got a package of different metrics that you have to watch to see whether the organization is performing, et cetera. So it's not quite down to one metric, how you're all doing. It's a bunch of metrics that we watch. And we're continuing that into this administration because we found a lot of the visual management recommendations and a lot of the metrics to check to be very helpful to manage, to observe that.
Great. Ash, you've got the last word.
I will just make it a word then, not a question. I just want to thank the speakers. I think this is probably one of the most important topics we could cover in PCAST. I'm very grateful to you. And I read your papers, Candice's papers very carefully, and I thought they were excellent. I wanted to bring up 2 things that perhaps, Maria, we can discuss at further meetings when we touch on this subject. There is a very large accepted service, that is, a bunch of people who don't fall under the OPM umbrella of rules. Let me just remind you all of that. It's not just the military, but it's CIA, FBI, and so forth. And so that's about half the federal workforce, by the way. So it's worth paying attention to. And then as numerous as the federal workforce is the federal contractor workforce. And that also, so just for example, I found when I was doing acquisition and technology for defense that the average age of our engineers in the defense contractor base was around 55 years old, which is a serious demographic problem if you depend on them. So I hope that in addition to the excellent comments that were made about very important, and DOD has 800,000 civilians, that normal civilians, so I understand all these issues. But there are the accepted services, which are important, and the contractor workforce. All together, that makes up the body of expertise available to the U.S. government, other than people who come in and out.
Yeah, well, that's I think we're in the early stages of studying this question because it's really essential to the competitiveness of this country. So, so I want to thank Candice, Marie, and Bruce for really and even better answers. We'll be doing more on this, obviously, and I'm going to turn things over to Eric to take us into the last session for today.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you to the great panel before, and I endorse Ash Carter's remarks about what an important topic this is. I just want to say how glad I am that PCAST has chosen to focus on it, and I know we'll be talking more about it. So our last session for today is about the National Nanotechnology Initiative. So the 21st Century National Nanotechnology Research and Development Act calls for two types of reviews of this NNI. One by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, and one by PCAST. The NNI, as we'll hear about, I am sure, from our speaker in a moment, is a long-standing national initiative started quite some time ago that has had a huge impact across its history. And Congress, recognizing how important the National Nanotechnology Initiative is, established these reviews to make sure it stayed fresh, that it stayed at the cutting edge, and it continued to have the kind of impact we want it to have in the country. So the purpose of these reviews is to provide advice and information on nanotechnology research and development, demonstrations and education and technology transfer, and commercial application and societal and ethical concerns and other things. And its goal, this formal PCAST review, is to advise, the purpose of it is to advise the president on trends and developments in nanotechnology, science, and engineering, progress made in this program, needs to change, revise the program, rebalance components of the program, including the funding for elements of it. Basically a whole step back and look at the health of the program. Now, it's done, as I say, by the National Academies and by PCAST, each on 4-year cycles, offset by 2 years. In 2020, the National Academies released its quadrennial review, and so PCAST is slated to take on this topic in 2022. And so we are very lucky as a kickoff to this activity to have with us today the director of the National Nanotechnology Coordination Office, which is at OSTP. And so I am thrilled to welcome my colleague, Lisa Friedersdorf. She is, in addition to being the director of the NNCO, she's assistant director for microelectronics, materials, and nanotechnology at OSTP. She's been involved in nanotechnology for more than 25 years, with particular interest in technology commercialization through university, industry, government collaboration. And before joining the National Nanotechnology Coordination Office, She held positions at the intersection of academia, industry, and government. At Lehigh University, she served as the Associate Director of the Materials Research Center and the Director of the Industry Liaison Program, and she's been active in the startup ecosystem for many years, assisting small companies with business development, access to resources, and vetting emerging technologies. So with that introduction, I'm going to turn over to Lisa, who is going to ground us in the National Nanotechnology Initiative, where it's been, where it is, and where it may be going. Lisa, over to you.
Great, thank you so much, Eric. I'm going to share my screen. And my intent today is just to give a really quick overview. I don't think they've come through. They're still loading. So my intent is to give a quick update on where things are with the NNI. As Eric mentioned, we just underwent a really thorough review by the National Academies, and that has informed our future planning, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. And I hope to stay under the 10 minutes so that we really focus our attention today on the discussion, because I think that that will really be most helpful. As Eric mentioned, it's a long-standing initiative. It was announced in 2000 by President Clinton and signed into law in 2003 by President Bush in the 21st Century Nanotechnology R&D Act. And there's been a lot of changes over that 20 years, a lot of increased understanding of the nanoscale and the application of this understanding into applications. But as I hope that we have a chance to discuss, many of the really foundational or key reasons for standing up the NNI more than 20 years ago continue to remain true. So the NNI in the authorizing language, there were 5 agencies that were called out, and now the NNI involves agencies and commissions and departments. More than 30 federal entities are engaged in some way in the nanotechnology R&D ecosystem. And you'll see all the acronyms here. We have regulatory bodies, research bodies, and also as the technology continues to mature, areas such as trade and international engagement have become more and more important. So the 2021 NNI budget request was $1.7 billion, and the cumulative investment over all of the years of the NNI is now more than $30 billion. It's important to note that the agencies participate based on their own roles and responsibilities, and the NNI is a roll-up of all these agency investments. So there's no central funding that supports the NNI. The agencies come together and work together to advance the vision and the goals of the NNI. So I think what I like about my job, I mean, one of the many things I like about my job is it is really exciting to see the application in nanotechnology in so many different areas. And every day is exciting because nanotechnology is playing a role in areas from agriculture to medicine to space to electronics to sensors and prosthetics, climate, and even building materials, concrete, and so many others. But these are just a handful of examples of ongoing nanotechnology research and development activities. I'll just note the bottom right picture was the first COVID vaccine that was given in the US less than 1 year after the sequencing of the virus. And I think we'll come back to that point in a little while. So the structure of the NNI is Eric mentioned, is through the White House. So the National Science and Technology Council structure There's a subcommittee for nanoscale science, engineering, and technology, or NSET. So representatives from all of those agencies participate on NSET, and that is really the body that drives the direction for the initiative and sets the priorities and how the agencies will work together to meet the goals of the initiative. The NNI is one of only a handful of initiatives in the federal government that has a devoted coordination office. That's the office that I direct, is the National Nanotechnology Coordination Office. And as Eric already mentioned, we are reviewed by both the national academies and by PCAST. There's one standing working group of the subcommittee, and that's focused on environmental and health implications. And then we have a number of coordinators, liaisons, and communities of interest that help support the research in focused areas. So the NNCO has responsibility through the Nanotechnology Act. Our role is to facilitate collaboration among all of those agencies. We also have responsibility for providing technical and administrative support, not just to the agencies, but to OSTP, to the national academies during their study, and also to PCAST as they provide their oversight and review of the NNI. We have responsibility for promoting commercialization, and we have a devoted staff member that focuses on industry liaison. And we also are the public face of the NNI. So the majority of our activities are very public facing. We provide outreach, education, support communities and networks in the research community, for teachers, for students. And then we try to share highlights and success stories through a number of means, but that includes our 3 podcast series. So at National Nanotechnology Day this year, which is of course October 9th for 10 to the -9, we were really thrilled to release the most recent strategic plan. And this was informed very heavily by the National Academy's report. In the past, I've been involved in some of the strategic plans where we look at what might be tweaked, but this was really a complete clean slate. What does the nanotechnology community need now? And we can talk more about the process we used if you're interested, but I think that we really took a hard look at the needs of the community now, 20 years later, after the initial launch of the NNI. This plan lays out 5 goals. The first 3 goals are consistent with past plans to ensure world-class research, promote commercialization, and support the infrastructure that's so critical for nanotechnology research and development. Even though these goals remain very similar to past strategic plans, new mechanisms have been introduced to better focus on these efforts. And I would say, especially in the area of commercialization, which the academies identified as an area that we needed to employ different methods and techniques. We've introduced a number of ways that we hope to improve that particular goal. The 2 changes are goal 4. Education and workforce in the past has been considered part of the infrastructure, the human infrastructure, and we pulled it out as its own goal in the strategic plan. And then responsible development, which has really been a hallmark of the NNI from the very beginning, looking at potential implications at the same time as the development of applications, looking at environmental health implications, ethical, legal, societal elements of nanotechnology has really been important to the NNI. But we took a bit of a broader view of this area in this strategic plan and looked at responsible development to include issues of research security, research ethics, and really embraced concepts of inclusion, diversity, equity, and access. But of course, this doesn't apply to goal 5, it applies to the entire NNI. And actually all of these goals are really interrelated and intertwined and by design. On the environmental health and safety front, I just want to point out that there's 20 years of knowledge that's been generated about safe handling, about the behavior of nanomaterials. And this is one thing that will continue and continues to be important, but there's been a lot of knowledge gained over the past several years. I just also wanted to hit research infrastructure. The comments and discussion earlier today on biomanufacturing, I think many of those hold true as well for nanotechnology. And knowing that access to the proper tools enable researchers to do nanotechnology, the NNI supports a university-based network funded by NSF and a national lab network funded by DOE. NIST also has user facilities that are available and critically important to this area. Likewise, the cyber infrastructure, the models, simulations, data, NanoHub sees over 2 million visitors a year and on the order of 23,000 users of the simulation tools that are available on NanoHub. And again, these continue to be critically important to the ecosystem. But we know that the user facilities and the resources that are available are not just for conducting research. They're critically important for technician training, for education and outreach, and for use by small companies as they further develop their research into commercial applications. So just a couple more points on the strategic plan. I think that the approach has been very intentional and deliberate. And a lot of the recommendations that we received from the national academies talked about, working closely with other initiatives, which of course we do, but we've developed mechanisms to make that more deliberate, more clear. We are looking at how to support and connect the entire nanotechnology innovation ecosystem and seamlessly connect resources from the early stage research tools at the user facilities I just showed, all the way through perhaps the resources that are available at the manufacturing institutes. We also have launched a new mechanism that we're calling National Nanotechnology Challenges. I would say inspired in part based on the role of the nanotechnology community in responding to the current pandemic, and realizing that by mobilizing the nanotechnology community, we can help support and solve world challenges. Nanotechnology is not the only solution, it's part of the solution. So looking at how do we connect the community with the broader efforts and have a real impact. Other topics, and this is still in the very early stages, but other topics under consideration are areas like climate change, food abundance and security, water treatment, access, purification. These are just some areas where nanotechnology will have an important role. So finally, I just want to close with, we often hear a lot about nanotechnology commercialization and the investments that have been made in R&D, and absolutely the current state of knowledge in the research community has been expanded by government investments, but it's not just research. I mean, nanotechnology now is all around us. It impacts our everyday lives, and commercialization has certainly played a big role in where the community is now. And with that, I would just like to end and look forward to the conversation.
All right. Thank you very much, Lisa, for that very efficient description of a 20-year-old program, more than 20-year-old program probably. And I think the point of this review that we will undertake is to keep it fresh. And so, you know, in the past, each one of the reviews has taken its own point of view. I remember from my days on the Obama PCAST, when PCAST was supposed to review this every 2 years rather than every 4, that we use the opportunity to think about particular angles that would be useful rather than undertaking a comprehensive review of the entire thing. We found that to be a much more effective thing, especially since the National Academy reviewed it last year. So with that in mind, and therefore with the freedom to think about particular directions you might want to, you know, dive into, and PCAST will discuss what exactly we're going to do with the review to be carried out next year. So today is just questions for Lisa about anything small. So things less than 10 to the minus 9th meters are on the table right now, and we'll start with Laura.
Thank you, Lisa. That was a tremendous presentation. I've watched it grow from 2000, and it's just amazing how broad it is. I was glad to see that you have an ethics goal and that CRISPR is mentioned in your strategic plan. The breadth is fantastic. I wanted to ask you, I mean, I know about John Rogers' work and how well he's taken his work by himself from the laboratory to the marketplace. And we know of other examples. I was wondering if you have a compilation of success stories where actual physical nanotechnology discoveries have made it to the marketplace or to use in society.
So we do, and I've talked with Eric about this. We've been. It's a challenge for us to talk about success stories because we often get caught around why did you pick that one and not this one, or certain companies or that type of thing. But absolutely, we have a wide variety of success stories. I think, you know, John Rogers is a great example. I think, you know, Chad Merkin's work in the spin-off companies he's done. There's a number of nanoscientists who have, you know, have prolific small businesses that they've spun off or commercialized their technology. But I would say, you know, on a bigger scale, not looking at specific people, or I would focus on a couple of big areas. One of those would be in the area of quantum dots. So if you think about all of the large screen, you know, the displays and these massive screens that we have now, I mean, I just recently got rid of a TV in my basement that was about 3 feet deep, very heavy, in fact. But it's just amazing that the quantum dot research that has been funded under the auspices of the NNI has led to this huge market. I think that is one of the biggest markets that we've seen. I hesitate to go through many examples, but certainly there are
examples. We know that John can build things in the laboratory and take it to the marketplace, and that's how traditionally it's been done. But you have so many successes. I was wondering if there was a broader view you have of what the secret formula is, and you don't have to answer now. We can be in touch later.
So I think that we don't know the secret formula. And I think that, you know, the national academies in their review actually were quite harsh that we have not done this well and that it's been one-offs. I think that perhaps we haven't told the story well. I mean, I'm sure we haven't, because I think that there's more nanotechnology success stories and more in the marketplace than people realize, which is why I always show that nanotechnology now. Another example is that huge building I showed. That's a company that is using, it's smart glass. So energy efficiency, but that came from DOE, a DOE laboratory, a national lab. And now it's we have several examples of unicorns. That's more than $1 billion company now. So yes, but I think that we have tried in this strategic plan to identify mechanisms to do it better. And part of that is connecting to resources. The biomanufacturing discussion this morning talked about not having that mid-scale like prototyping facilities. I think that's a challenge for us as well. But we have early stage, later stage, but getting into that prototyping is something that's a challenge. So trying to better connect these resources is something that we're deliberately trying to do in the strategic plan, working more closely with the lab to market efforts, a variety of things. So yes, I think that it's been done, but I think that we can do it better.
Thank you.
All right, I see Francis next.
So I want to pick up on that discussion. I think what Laura's asking, if I've got it right, is what is the value added of having a nanotechnology initiative? And I think you laid out some good cases. Nanotechnology is, right? And so right. What do we benefit from having an initiative? And I'm sitting here thinking biotechnology should be the next initiative, but we need to make a case that the initiative has enabled things that wouldn't have happened otherwise. And so my question is, should an initiative support an emerging technology and then stop? And therefore, another initiative come in for another emerging technology, or what is the value added for continuing such an initiative?
So great question. And actually that is exactly the question we asked the National Academy. So in their last study, and many of you may remember when, about the time when the Quantum Initiative was being stood up, there was a lot of discussion about sunsetting the NNI. And in fact, when we launched the study with the National Academies, we of course continued to move on, but there were things that, we wanted to redo the website. We said, let's wait because we might be, declaring victory and moving on. Let's wait and see what the Academy says. And we asked them explicitly, should the NNI continue? Does it still have value? And if so, how? So I think that there was a lot of discussion in the community about 3 years ago about whether or not the NNI should continue. And the academies came back wholeheartedly saying, yes, it should continue, but I'll give you my personal view. And that is, in the early days of the NNI, there were nanotechnology programs and funding, there were centers, there were targeted efforts to advance nanotechnology. That is largely not the case anymore. Nanotechnology is pervasive throughout science and engineering. It is a widely enabling science, and that makes it harder to coordinate. That makes it harder to leverage. And in order to have the value of that the agricultural community gets out of nanomedicine, because there's similar principles that wouldn't happen without the NNI initiative. I mean, those connections, collaboration takes work. It's not easy to do. I mean, you have to go out of your way to collaborate, and especially across 33 different federal entities now. So that's one thing. The other thing I would say is that one of the driving forces, as I understand it, I was on the outside then, of the NNI, was the fact that you need access to these specialized tools and equipment. They're expensive, and they're often, schools can't afford them on their own. Small businesses certainly can't afford them on their own. So having a network, having the nanotechnology infrastructure, and having this umbrella over these activities has really enabled and continues to enable researchers to do this very fundamental science, and also into later stage in application. So those are 2 points I would make, but I think that the academies really focused on international competition and other reasons for coming to the conclusion that they did.
Okay, Paula.
Yes, really great presentation. I had 2 questions. One of them is how the US compares to other countries that invested heavily in nanotechnology in terms of advancement and translation, and if there's any sense of that. And the second it has to do with communication about nanotechnology, which I remember was quite a thing 10 or 15 years ago. convincing aunts and uncles that these aren't little things that go into your body as nanobots and that sort of thing. But I'm beginning to see that there's still some residual. I'm wondering about the journey there and whether that was largely successful in communicating the value of nanotechnology versus the perceived dangers.
So great question. So on the international front, I'd say I'd say it's challenging to measure. And there's certainly been some work that has done that. I think the Academy is focused more on the mechanisms that were used for commercialization and the pilot plants that Europe has had in other investment strategies, and not so much on the outcomes. My sense is that that the U.S. Commercialization is probably quite strong, if not leading. And I don't have any data at my fingertips to tell you that, but my sense, just working in the community and working in with industry and what we've done, that is my sense. I also think that it depends on the technology area. It depends on, like, for instance, the investments that Europe has made in the graphene flagship. They've targeted efforts in that area. So I'm not sure that I would necessarily feel confident that that's true across all of nanotechnology. But I think that as a general rule, the U.S. has been quite strong in that area. With respect to the communication, our job is never done there. And I know that you and I have talked about this in the past, and I was glad to have you as a guest on one of our podcasts. But we try different things all the time because this is important. And certainly in some of the COVID hesitancy, there's been some discussion about the nanotechnologies in use. So I think that this remains a really important aspect of the NNI as a whole, but the NNCO as the public facing and engagement body, this is really important to us. And we have the podcasts have really begun to have more viewership. We watch all of our numbers. If things aren't effective, we pivot. But I would say that other things that we've done is work with, for instance, local PBS stations where we developed animations that were used as commercials. And there's a lot of things that we've done that the nanotechnology research community, especially through the Nanotechnology Coordinated Infrastructure Network, they have education and communication efforts as well. But it's not done. Certainly we need to continue to do that.
Thank you. Bill Press, and then the last question will go to Ash Carter.
Thanks. Thanks, Lisa, for a very clear and crisp presentation. I think we all appreciate it. Mike, no one can doubt that nanotechnology is extremely important, and no one can doubt that federal funding of its research continues to be very important. My question, a little bit like the question of Francis, is about the initiative, but even more specifically about the coordination office. So I've observed, over the long life of this program, there's a spectrum of ways in which the agencies can come to the table in your coordination office. Let me call 0 on that spectrum the idea that all the agencies come in and with great enthusiasm, they tell all the great work that they're doing, and it's informative to all of them, and they go back home and continue funding what they wish to fund. And then on that same scale, a scale of 100 would mean the same agencies come in and they roll up their sleeves and put on their green eye shades, and they say, let's have a really coordinated federal program where we're not duplicating each other, where we're enhancing each other's work, and we're spending the taxpayers' money in the best possible way. So as you can guess, I know it's subjective. Where do you think we are now on that scale, and what's the trend? And is there a conscious goal to try to move it more towards what I've defined as the 100 point?
Yep, great question. And I would say that, you know, I've been here a little while now, so I have observed things over these past several years. I would say that it's closer to the 100 than the 0. And it depends very much on the topical area. I think that because nanotechnology is so dispersed, both topically and throughout the agencies, you know, as the NNCO, where we are only nano all the time, we often connect people to colleagues in their own agencies, and certainly connect people across agencies that would otherwise not know that they exist. But there are, and again, in the new strategic plan, we try to lean in on where we found mechanisms that were most effective. So certainly in NEHI, which is the working group focused on nanotechnology and environmental health implications, there's been, I mean, this is, you know, often been heralded as the exemplar of interagency collaboration through these types of committees. And I have often seen agencies come in and say, I'm at the end of the year, I have a little bit of funding. I'm thinking about studying these 3 materials, and have other agencies say, no, I'm studying this and this. Why don't you study that? It's, you know, entirely where you peg the 100. I see that. Now across the portfolio, what we're trying to do is through the communities of interest, which is where we saw the real value add of the signature initiatives, was the development of communities of interest around topical areas. So we're building additional communities of interest where we bring together the agency folks that are working in these areas. And it's much more along the lines of exactly what you're saying, which is planning ahead together and looking at who's doing what to support the bigger whole. And this was true under the signature initiatives, water and sensors in particular. I saw a lot of collaboration and sharing in this way. And we're looking at other communities of interest that will benefit from this type of discussion.
All right. Ash Carter again gets the last word.
I'm sorry, and I hope I'm not pressing the time limit here. Lisa, that was a very, very, very good discussion, and the October report is excellent. And my question to you is, as a matter of architectural design, we have several different things we've tried out in our history. Yes. We have the Institute model, and we're following that with a quantum case. We have the Manufacturing USA models, which I'm very familiar with, a number of those. We had a microelectronics initiative way back in the 1980s, bringing together different elements of the industry at that time. So we have several different institutional designs. Would you care to comment? I think I'll just, because it's late, just between the institute and the initiative. If you're explaining the difference and why flexible electronics or smart fabrics was appropriate for an institute and nanotechnology for an initiative, is there an easy member of Congress explanation of the differences between those institutional designs?
Sure, I would say they're not mutually exclusive, and I would say, yeah, I mean the NNI is I think a broader umbrella. Where I think that the institutes, and I mean, we're exploring how to build public-private partnerships around different thematic areas under the NNI in order to support the advancement of technology and commercialization. So I think that it depends to some degree on the maturity. I mean, when you get to the point where, you know, you're building this public-private partnership to help through the valley of death and help some of those challenges, I think that that's more appropriate than perhaps the very early stage research. But I would say that I mean, we really hope to explore, to work more closely with the existing manufacturing institutes and explore the possibility of where, areas within the NNI would be appropriate for a manufacturing institute.
Lisa, maybe I could jump in a little bit with a bit of a supplement for Asher's question. I think the Manufacturing Institutes is focused on a particular problem and bringing together a physical critical mass, including facilities and things like that, that could support work that individual companies can't do. So I think of them as a kind of infrastructure devoted to a coherent area. The nanotechnology is so broad that the job there is to coordinate across a vast field. And one of the things nanotechnology might decide it needs is such a facility and institute and physical community. But I view that as one of the ways to promote a field. So in the taxonomy, I offer that as a way to think about those solutions.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Eric. Makes sense.
Cool. All right. We have done it. It is 4:29. We are on schedule. It's great. This actually brings us to the end of PCAST's third public meeting, the end of November meeting. I'm excited to tell you that there will be a January meeting. We're not going to manage to stuff in a December meeting between now and holidays and all that, but you can't keep us apart, and most importantly, you can't keep us from taking on really pretty exciting and broad range of science and technology problems facing the nation. So we will be back with a public session in January, and the PCAST is going to be thinking about how to follow up on some of these things, including this very important review of nanotechnology. So I am going to turn to my co-chairs for any final words of wisdom or parting. Francis?
Thank you, Eric. I just want to say we have a public comment session, but since there aren't any public comments, that is going to be very short. And I want to thank all of the speakers and all the council members for your hard work and sharing your knowledge and experience. It's been a great day, and I look forward to more.
Yeah, and I'll just add that I think the speakers really, in all of the sessions, really clearly prepared quite a lot of material that, and prepared it in a way that was, I think, understandable to, not only council members, but members of the general public who are out there watching the things that are of interest to the country. And all of the topics that we covered today, clearly are exceedingly important to the future of the country. And this is only the beginning of our foray into studying these and other things. So thank you to everybody, and we'll see you all either in person or virtually in January.
Thanks to speakers, thanks to PCAST, thanks to everybody who's watching. We stand adjourned.